Cooler, please and brother 結果一族滅び夢幻のことすあの体勢からの開始侮りがたし鼻から第4形態フリーザより1回変身を設定見せた変身1回 Yo Yo 最後は太陽そりゃないよ燃え尽き太陽 Yo Yo 最後は太陽そりゃないよ燃え尽き太陽クーラークーラークーラーフリーザのブラザードカンドカンドカンバトルにクーラークールぶちかませ超快感ドラゴンボール Z ドカンバトル全世界同時キャンペーン始まる
Hey yo, what's up? You gotta stop and listen. It's time to open your eyes. It's coming to you.
クーラークーラーフリーザのブラザー来たらメタルメタルクーラークーラークーラーフリーザのブラザー吸収吸収復讐メタルクーラー機械になって得たぜ復讐の機械無限に増殖絶望を感じたあのショックうちたちから捕まえた悟空とベジータ吸われた悟空とベジータ全力出した奴は非道かます瞬間移動奴は非常ボディは頑丈無限に再生絶望の戦場無限に増殖見せろ根性クーラークーラーフリーザのブラザードカンドカンドカンバトルにメタルクーラー来たるぶちかませ超快感ドラゴンボール Z ドッカンバトル全世界同時キャンポータラポータラ使ったら合体最強ザマス悟空ブラック高い気ぐらい海洋神の見習い人間嫌い過去現在未来人間滅ぼしたい人間ゼロ計画だからポタラポタラ使ったら合体最強見た目を捨てたらむやみやたら強いキャラポタラ不死身だから切られたら増えるから宇宙そのもの無限ザマス無限に増えて人間滅ぼす神辛い未来それでも絶対諦めない盾希望の戦士世界の盾になるために僕のベジータ未来に助けに来たら無事に苦しみ大ピンチだからポータラポータラ使ったら合体最強ベジータブルー気が高ブルーベジータブルー心揺さぶる強さ荒ぶる合体したら強敵もへっちゃらポタラポタラ使ったら合体最強ポタラポタラ使ったら合体最強ドラゴンボール Z ドッカンバトル全世界同時キャンペーン間もなく
And we are live here at Laughingstock Media. And you can barely see me. Off to a great start as always. How's it going? Oh, too bright now. You know, it's reflecting off of my near albino levels of skin. Hold on. My low melanin power level is being my undoing at the moment. Along with terrible lighting. But hey. It's Laughingstock Media. How's it going? Hey guys, thanks for joining me tonight on, well, you know, depending upon when you're actually watching this. It could be 2 in the afternoon when you're watching this replay, because this is one of the streams that I'm going to leave up on the channel. Maybe I'll live to regret that, we'll see. But, you know what? Tomorrow, and depending upon where you live right now, today, or whenever, is going to be my birthday, March 2nd, the day I was born, and thus, well, a birthday. And so I figured, you know what, why not have some fun? Why not stream and hang out with you guys and, you know, do something different for my birthday for once. I think maybe I've streamed on my birthday in the past. I feel like I almost certainly have. Anyone who's been following my channel for any length of time would know that. But, you know, I'm a Dragon Ball fan and a creator, so like Toriyama, well, easy for me to forget things. So let me go to the chat, give you guys a welcome. I'll show you what I'm celebrating with tonight. If you want to join me, feel free. Hold on, let me open up the chat so I can see what you guys are saying. That's the wrong window capture. Hold on. Wait for it. Wait. Oh, wait. I don't have it popped out. That'd be smart. Come on, Mike. Use that Galaxy Brain IQ or whatever. Also, maybe don't talk to yourself. I feel like that's a thing. Here we go. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Wow. Thank you so much, True Sinister. Holy guacamole. Holy, trying to think of like a Dragon Ball reference for that. Holy Macalania. I just played Final Fantasy X for the first time recently. It was awesome. Okay. Thank you so much, True Sinister. Wow. $100 super chat. Let me heart that. I wish I could heart it more than once, but you know what? You'll just pretend I hearted it 100 times. Wow, thank you. I'll add an extra like on there too. Awesome. Wow, thank you so much. I really really appreciate that. I'm shocked, to be honest. You know, I know that the way I speak, it always sounds like I'm the same. I'm like Ryan Gosling. It always sounds like I have the same inflection of everything I say. This is my Ryan Gosling impression of Blade Runner 2049. A la Rich Evans from Red Letter Media. One of my favorite actors, so I'd love to have him in a movie. I actually have a plan to have him in a movie, if I could ever get to make it, where he would actually play the villain, and I think that would be awesome. But anyway, where'd that go? Here we go. Wow, thank you so much. Hello, friend. I have an hour left of this shift, which in turn ended less than 8 hours after my last one. Oh, wow. Yesterday when I was spending hours after my shift trying to find a place that would help my mom with her pain management, I saw your hot takes video. Happy birthday. Well, thank you so much, True Sinister. I hope you're able to get all that taken care of. Pain management is, you know, that dealing with chronic pain is definitely difficult. I could say that from personal experience. I'm not going to compare my situation to anyone, but I'll just say that hopefully everything will get resolved for you and your mom. But thank you. I really appreciate your generosity there. And you said you're a March baby too. Happy birthday whenever your birthday is this month. We're born the best month of the year, the month of M, which everything in Toriyama's canon happens in either March or May for the most part. So, although on Frieza, I think when they're fighting Frieza on Namek, it's around Christmas time in universe, because we do see them celebrating Christmas. So thank you. Also, let me say hi to everyone else who showed up. I'm trying to make it where it doesn't get cut off, but this is only so technological. I don't know. Lord Nova, thank you. Thank you, Brenman Good. Fellow Pisces. I'm not a big astrology person. I remember at my last job, they were talking about things like Mercury and retrograde. I was like, what the hell are you guys even talking about? But hey, whatever. It's all good. Had to wait an extra day, but it's here. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you, Micah. Zygbar X or X Igbar X? I don't know. Thank you for showing up. And can I do an explanation video about Vegeta's final crash? I do have some Vegeta's technique things lined up. Nick Boaz, Sega Herman, Aaron Jones, Nicolas Munaz, Aunt Gigi. Isn't there a manga creator named Gigi? Is that the person who made Jujutsu Kaisen? Phantom, Bomb and Phantoms. I feel like that was a running joke I used to say with your name. You're the Bomb and Phantoms. Let's see. David Wood. Sorry, my dyslexia made me skip over like 10 people. Trey F. Kennedy, Zach 2600, J-Town, rock you up or whatever. Tyrell Carter, Swag YOLO Smith. Is that your real name, Swag? Crab Shell. Nathan Duncan. Gabe Nelson. And Sega Herman again. Oh, and Phantoms. It's not fall. It's in Gatorade. Yeah, I don't quite understand the whole astrology thing, but you know, some people really put a lot of stock in it. So I'm celebrating with some half melted swirl froyo right now. Hold on, wait for it. Wait, come on, camera, you suck. Yep, there we go. Try. This is me trying not to do shaky cam, and also I have a brand new wine I'm trying for my birthday night, birthday eve. Flyby from obviously King Cold's winery. You know, Chateau de King Cold. I'm gonna open it like this. Yeah, right. Like Harold could just go like and like pop it open, and also, you know, shatter half the universe in one flex of his mighty eyebrow. Man, I really am going to know him. But either way, yeah. Let me pop this up, pop this off, get some bottles. Actually, this could be a little more difficult than I expected. There's apparently another cork in here. I'll figure it out. So yeah, let's get this going. Where did I put your chat? There we go. AP, thank you so much for your super chat. $1 American dollar, America. $1 dollary-do. I appreciate that. Damn it, where is it? Here we go. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. I don't know why I'm so small here. Like, that's what she said. But anyway, you know, here we go. Thank you. Yeah, so I usually stop eating hours before I am tonight, but you know, I'm just having fun, so why not? Let's see if I can get this up. I mean, off. Okay. Wait for it. It's a hard knock life for us. Knock life for us. What are you guys doing tonight? Are you multitasking, or are you listening to me while you're working, like True Sinister, Smooth Criminal? I don't know. What, I'm trying to think of like a song that aligns with his name. But either way, you guys working tonight? Are you playing video games? The video games, as Hank Hill would say. Are you ready? You think you could tell us what to do? Think you know who you're talking to? Just weigh ball bounces, not measured in ounces. But yeah, what are you guys up to? I know a lot of times people mention that they're like multitasking when they watch my videos, live streams. That's something I usually do. I mean, like, one of the big reasons why I got back, you know, when I came back in, oh, there goes that one cork. One of the big reasons I started doing live streams is because I would actually watch them myself. So I would, awesome, here we go. Now time to chug this whole thing. Yeah, right. Then the live stream will end with me succumbing to the realities of alcohol poisoning. Definitely don't do that. Well, if you do, don't blame me, because, you know, I'm not giving you any advice to do such a thing. You know, for legal purposes. Much like when I say various different things for YouTube purposes, like unalive mission with Android 16. We all know what I really meant, right? An unalive mission. There we go. I haven't actually had this wine yet. My first time having it. Ooh. Hopefully this time I won't spill it all on my clothes like I did with the last stream. It's unlisted, which means it's non-canon. Kind of like my rosé video from years ago. And probably some other stuff I've deleted over the years. I mean, it's been 10 years. I don't remember everything. But yeah, so if you guys are having a drink with me, a shot, or any other things that you enjoy, I'll give you a countdown, like the ball dropping. I forget what birthday that happened for me. I mean, but yeah, I'll give you 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Toast. Thank you for joining me. That's pretty good. I like it. Let's see. This is aromas of licorice, black cherry, currants, and blueberry. I don't know what currants are. I know that there are types of currants. Oh wait, on the palate, the wine has flavors of vanilla and hints of chocolate. Chocolate rain. Enjoyed with steak, pork chop, and some red sauce pasta. Well, I'm not having any of that right now. I already had my protein earlier when I got Taco Bell. Please sponsor me. I will eat that every day until I die. Don't care. But I'm having some froyo, as it were. This could be good. I've actually had some of this before. It's awesome. It's actually made at this store near me that is like has a farm, so everything there is homemade. Unfortunately, when you have such glorious facial hair such as myself, you know, Harold showed me the secret of attaining beard gains. It makes it difficult to eat foods like this, so I'll probably have to get up in a second to get a napkin because I seem to misplace those. Ah, man. That's pretty amazing. Vanilla and chocolate to go along with my vanilla and chocolate wine. Very nice. 46, wow. If I shaved the beard, everyone would be saying 26. If I grew it longer, maybe I could get a 56 out of it. I'm a Dunedain, so naturally I'm like 87 right now. You cannot be 50, 60? I'll be dead by the time I finish drinking all your tea, Awen, but yeah. I'll let you guys guess. I think it's funnier. I like when people guess my age and certain things about me. I think it's entertaining. I like to have an air of mystery about me. A little ambiguity here and there goes a long way. Don't you think? Oh, wow. Let me go back to the chat right now. Micah W. or Mika W. I believe it's Micah. But obviously you would know better than me since it's your name. But I do like it because, you know, I am a fellow Mike. Anyway, I'm just going to keep telling the lamest dad jokes all stream. I hope you enjoy. Hopefully you guys will not die of cringe and groaning all the air in your lungs until you suffocate. But yeah, so let me heart that up. Drop a like. 4.99 euros. I don't quite know the conversion rate as of today, so I appreciate it either way. Dune 2 is oh yeah, well, thank you again for the happy birthday. Who's that? Who just said that? Oh, the Gurren Lagann guy. Thank you. Awesome name. Love that show. Mr. Cynic. Girth. Nope, way off. Dune 2 is a masterpiece, and our gen's Star Wars, says Stavros and Nenglu. Stavros and Nenglu. Hopefully I didn't mess the entire thing up horribly right there. Masterpiece in Star Wars of our generation. I did see Dune 2 yesterday, actually. Yesterday afternoon. I got advanced tickets I saw in Dolby Digital. And thank you. I have read all your comments. I do appreciate them. I do want to talk a little bit about Dune, though. I'm not going to spoil anything, though, so don't worry if you want to see it. Here we go. So yeah, I saw Dune yesterday, Dune 2. I rewatched the first Denis Villeneuve Dune yesterday, right before I saw his part 2. Part 2. And I really enjoyed it. In terms of, see, this is the thing. I'm going to have to rewatch the movie. Because do I think it's better than the first one? In some ways, for sure. In terms of like the visuals, in terms of the build of heroes and villains, in terms of like giving them their own sections of the movie. Like the Harkonnen nephew. I don't remember his name. I forget a lot of the characters from Dune's name, to be honest. In terms of the structure of the movie, though, like I said, I have to rewatch it. Because when I was watching it, I was like, this is kind of structured weirdly. Like, it's kind of almost all over the place in terms of focus at points. But when I was thinking about it as the movie was going on, I was like, well, the first, 45 minutes or hour, it's setting up this and these characters. And then this section, the film is setting up this. So it like makes sense from that perspective. But at the same time, I was also kind of like, oh yeah, there's all these other characters that just showed up again. And oh yeah, this is happening. Oh yeah, that's happening. And I mean, it's not like the original story wasn't like that at all either. Or even David Lynch's Dune. There are still certain things about David Lynch's Dune that I think actually did better than Villeneuve's. Like, a big thing I do have to say about the remakes, if you want to call them that, the new readaptations, is that there are certain things that are left out, or like they're set offhand later on, or they're kind of like put out there in a really kind of like detrimental way, maybe. Like there's certain exposition that Lynch included in his version that Villeneuve doesn't include in his. And, most people pronounce him like Denis or Dennis Villeneuve or whatever, but no, it's Villeneuve, the French pronunciation. And so, yeah, it's like there are things like, for example, why the Emperor is conspired, I don't think this is really a spoiler to say, like, why everything happens with the Atreides house, and why they are put into power in Arrakis, and why a lot of the things are happening. Like, the second part definitely gets more into it, but in the original version, not Jodorowsky's, but Lynch's, they put that right in the front of the movie, of the first movie, the only movie he made. So, like, there are things that, like, they set up and explain it to you, like, immediately in Lynch's version. But in this one, it's kind of like, first half, here's, like, an offhand reference to why it's happening. And then there's people figuring, oh, well, they're conspiring and this and that. And then the second one, it's kind of like, well, here's this too. Also, in terms of, like, some of the casting of the remakes, I do feel like it's lacking, or it's just kind of done for out of universe reasons, let's say. Like the one Fremen character who helps Atreides and everyone in the first half just so happens to no longer in any way resemble the character from the book in terms of, appearance and gender. It seems like some of the stuff of today kind of crept into it a little bit, but either way, like, I kind of expect that in like every movie I see now, especially ones that want Oscar consideration. And so as a result, I don't care as much. Like, for me, the most important things are like, how is the story executed? How are the characters portrayed? What's their performances? How's the direction, especially like the visuals? And Villeneuve does an amazing job. He's like Nolan, in terms of direction, casting in a lot of ways. He has, I think Hans Zimmer did the music for this one too. I don't really remember, to be honest. He did the music for the first one, I believe. There are certain themes in this one that the music almost sounds straight out of The Dark Knight Rises too, like the scene when they're coming up out of the sand and there's the battle. It's like, it sounds like the Deshi Deshi Basha, that music from Dark Knight Rises, which I also saw that trilogy in theaters last year. That was awesome. I saw them all in one day. So yeah, seeing this in Dolby Vision, like the special effects for 99.9% of the movie are great. There's a couple things during the black and white stadium section, which looks amazing for the most part, but there are a few things here and there that are like, oh, that's obviously CGI. But there are certain practical effects where I was like, wow, that's practical. How are they doing that? They must be CGing things out and using like special cranes and apparatuses when like the snipers are climbing up the mountain at the start, for example. And it's like, that's a real person. How are they doing that? So yeah, like the special effects look great for the most part. The movie is really well done. And would I say it's a Star Wars of now? Yeah, but at the same time, it is weird to say that about Dune, which was an inspiration for Star Wars. Dune, Frank Herbert's Dune came out like when, the 60s to 50s through 70s, something, I forget exactly the year, but it came out before Star Wars. Jodorowsky was going to do Dune, even before Star Wars was done, but it just didn't get made because it was like insane, like 8 hours long. And, it sounds like something I would make. And, so yeah, I think it's definitely the best big science fiction series right now. Absolutely. In terms of like mainstream appeal, maybe. I mean, they did cast Timothée Chalamet and Zendaya. I do think Zendaya is one of the weaker actors in the new movies, though, to be honest. Like, I've never really seen any truly compelling performances out of her. I didn't like her as not Mary Jane in the Spider-Man Tom Holland movies. As Michelle... Is she Michelle Watson? I don't remember her last name. And Michelle Thompson Johnson. I forget exactly what they reveal her full name is, I think, in No Way Home. But, for me, she's kind of just like there. She looks like a kid a lot of the time, too, which is why they cast her as like the teenage Mary Jane, not Mary Jane from the Tom Holland movies. And so, when she's playing the role that was played by the girl from Blade Runner, whose name escapes me right now. It's almost like Paul Atreides being played by Timothée Chalamet. They, again, were going for like a younger looking actor. And he looks a little bit older in this one for sure. But at the same time, it's also like, compared to the actors who played them in Dune, like they look significantly younger. I mean, then again, Lord of the Rings, like Frodo's in his 50s when he leaves the Shire, but he's played by Elijah Wood, who was 17 when he was filming those movies. So, it's not that big of a deal. It's just kind of like, overall, I feel like she's not like great in the movies, or, I feel like she was just cast because she's popular with a certain demographic, like younger audiences, like they know who she is. And kind of Timothée Chalamet as well. Like, I think he's fine in the movies. Like, Could they have cast a better person to play him? Maybe. Everyone else in the movies, you know, the main characters, I think Oscar Isaac was pretty good in the first one. I think that Stellan Skarsgård is great as Baron Harkonnen. You know, he's good in almost everything. His nephew, or maybe real life son, I don't remember if it was Bill Skarsgård, whoever played the nephew in the movie, he was great. He did a really great job. Josh Brolin is fine. You know, he plays the Patrick Stewart character from the original one. And they're both fine in the role. I guess maybe I like Josh Brolin. I don't know. Maybe Josh Brolin is less distracting to me than Patrick Stewart playing that role. They're both fine. The other actors, I don't remember for the most part. Oh, Rachel, or is it Rachel Ferguson? Yeah, she's really good in everything. So she's good in this as the mom. I think she does a good performance. Javier Bardem, his performance seemed a little off to me in the newest one. Like it's kind of weird. Not weird. It's kind of like, he seems like for 90% of the movie, he's like out of breath for some reason. And so it's kind of like, is this like intentional, his portrayal like this? Is it just like the environment he's in? Like, you know, his portrayal is a little not as strong as it was in the first half for a lot of it. As the movie goes on, it gets better though, for sure. Like, especially near the end when they're all like getting behind the Mahdi, and, you know, they're getting behind the Hazarak, you know, and the space jihad and everything that's leading into Dune Messiah. I think that's something I'm looking forward to as well. So I'll definitely watch more of these movies in theaters for sure. Like, bring it on, you know. They're better than every Marvel movie right now, and every Disney product, and every, I don't know, the vast majority of movies. If this movie came out last year, that would have been just like an insane year in terms of quality. But this year, I mean, there were some big movies coming out. So Deadpool 2, I'm looking for, or 2. Deadpool 3, I'm looking forward to. I've also been rewatching X-Men, the animated series, in preparation maybe for X-Men 97 or whatever it's called. So that's cool. Let me look at your chats again. I feel like I haven't looked long enough. I've been giving a lot of attention to this one. All right. Hold on a second. Let me show the chat. Hey, it's a YouTuber named Quaan. Can I just call you Quaan for short? He said, we don't waste no father respecting froyo in here. Really good. I'll say one of you might have gotten my age right, but I'm not going to tell you which one is on the high end or the low end. No, I don't think anyone guessed in like the 20s, so that doesn't make me feel old at all. But no way you're 46. You have Ralph Macchio syndrome. Thank you. I mean, if I shaved my beard, I would look a lot younger than I do right now. But, you know, I don't want to do that because I prefer the way I look with the beard. I put some effort into this thing. The hair on my head grows a little too fast, though. You know, I just got a nice cut not too long ago. Actually got my driver's license renewed the other day. Very, very big difference, I'll say, between me in the past 5 years or so, in terms of appearance. It's the thinnest I've ever been, actually, as an adult. Going from over 300 at my height to now, like, about 190. I'm going to be lower. For you in Scotland, that's like, I don't know, 12 stone or something. Thanks, everyone, once again. Thanks, Vince. McMahon? No chance. Son, that's what you got. Let's see. Earthbound is good. Yeah, it's one of my top 5 favorite games of all time for sure. I do want to. At some point, I'm going to do a video about my top 10, let's say, favorite video games of all time. I might even record tonight for fun. You know, fuck it. I'm uploading whatever I feel like this year. So I'm uploading Dragon Ball videos like usual, but, you know, I'm also going to upload some other stuff. Let's see. That would be cool, I guess, getting the Medal of Freedom. I don't quite know what I did to deserve that, but, you know, then again, we had a president who got the Nobel Peace Prize for doing nothing, and then, you know, I'm not going to get into all the things that he did to not deserve that Peace Prize in terms of, you know, causing horrible atrocities, but either way, nah, I'm not going to get political on this channel. What's the point? Oh, wow. 3 new chats. I gotta start refreshing this more often. I do want, right, real quick, not to ignore any of your super chats. I really appreciate all of them. I want to make sure I'm not skipping anything that people are saying. I was interested to see if anyone said anything about Dune. Wait, you're saying that Quaan got his channel stolen by Goku T23? Inside Quaman's land. I don't know what would mitigate such a joke, but yeah. Yeah, Zendaya does seem out of place, but at least she's better than Kristen Stewart. In terms of acting, I don't know. I mean, if you're talking about just like Twilight, then sure, but in terms of like acting performers overall, I mean, I haven't seen Euphoria. I don't really care. I don't have Max anymore. I got rid of it because I don't care. You know, I watched House of the Dragon on there and I was like, I'm fine not renewing after this right now, just because there's nothing else that I feel like is worth it. But, you know, I like the DC stuff, but I just, you know, I fell behind a lot of that. And after Young Justice Season 3, I really wanted to keep watching, but I just didn't care as much. I mean, there was the Vandal Savage stuff, but, you know, just the direction they kind of went in with DC, where they went overly graphic in many ways. It just kind of seemed out of place too. So you have to do things well. That's what I talked about in my Invincible. What the hell is wrong with me? Not Invincible. Wait, is it Invincible? Season 1. You know, you have to do violence well in animation. And sometimes it seems like a lot of these streaming services, especially like HBO, they're like, we're on HBO. Let's throw in 10 times as much sex as there is in the book in Game of Thrones, and as way more dick jokes and things like that, you know? But yeah, thank you all so much. Deadpool 2 was trash, you said, Xavier. I don't agree with that. I liked it. I just didn't think it was as good as the first one, even though I like a lot of the stuff going on there with Cable. But, you know, I'm looking forward to 3. So... Okay, yeah, Phantom, you agree with me on that. I guess you guys can't see that for some reason because of the cropping. Okay, so Brent Shell, thank you so much for that. Happy birthday. What if Beerus was immortal and killed Shin? I don't know. I think he would still survive, but they would probably just replace somebody in the link. The question is, would the link transfer to Shin? I feel like no. But Mike, I'm finished. Nah, you ain't finished. You didn't upload your newest video or nothing. Thank you, Quaan, man. How tall are you? Why don't you tell me? Like I said, I like to hear and see the guesses. Biggie Cheese, thanks for joining. Oh, thank you so much, Xavier, as well. Really appreciate it. How many calories do you eat now right now, like tonight or today, too many, like over 2,000, probably by the time I'm done. Usually I eat a lot less than that though. I'm usually eating like below my caloric maintenance every day. And I intermittent fast. I was doing keto for a while. That's part of why I lost so much weight, but I stopped doing that a while ago, but I'm still losing weight. So, you know, I definitely recommend it though. I recommend, well, not as a doctor or somebody who can give medical advice legally, but I recommend caloric deficit, intermittent fasting, and low carb diet like keto, carnivore, something like that. So usually on average, I don't know, like at least like 1,000 to 1,600 a day, maybe. Like it's the max I top out 16. I rarely eat that much. I don't really, you know, in terms of like full meals, I only really eat one meal a day, and then I eat tiny amounts of other things throughout the day. But I keep track of everything I eat. I never eat breakfast, or if I do, it's you know, my first, let's call it my first meal of the day. Like, you know, sometimes maybe I'll eat 2 meals. But I usually don't eat until like the afternoon. So like on average, I usually start eating like 1 to 2 p.m. Sometimes later. Sometimes I'll go until dinner time and eat for the first time. In terms of like what I break my fast with, usually I will tend to eat, what is it? I'll tend to eat something like probably like more carb related early, like first, you know, to burn off throughout the course of the day. In terms of like what I eat for carbs, like, you know, get some carbs and sugar in there. A lot of times I'll eat some M&Ms. Or goldfish. Thing is, you could eat a good amount of those and still be really low on calories and stuff, because you could just measure out it. That's the thing with me right now. Like I've gotten to the point where I know how many calories are in each serving and how many carbs and everything. And so I'll eat those. I'll eat nuts like pistachios, especially mixed nuts like pecans, almonds. You know, I got almonds from Black and Fist, right, Quinn? Juan, you know, he eats 6 of them at a time, of course. And so, as a result, I'll do that. In terms of meals, when I'm not eating Taco Bell like today, chicken, fish, turkey, sometimes pork and beef. Not really as much pork these days. You know, pigs are a dirty animal. Right, right, Quaan, man. I actually didn't really like Juggernaut too much in Deadpool 2. I didn't like that Ryan Reynolds played him and that he was all CGI. I prefer to like have an actual person being the person like playing it, you know? Or like actually like in the role, physically, tangibly there. Like when he's just fighting a cartoon character, I don't really enjoy it. Like it worked with Colossus for me, but not Juggernaut. Like Colossus doesn't need to be like an intimidating villain like Juggernaut, you know. That's one of the things I disliked about Thanos and his portrayal in the MCU, to be honest. Like, you know, I think Josh Brolin did good with the motion capture performance and everything, but I would have preferred a guy in a suit. Like for me, the best live action Thanos or Darkseid might have been like Michael Clark Duncan, but then he died early, you know, he died young, unfortunately. So it sucks that he didn't get to do that. He would have been great in a lot of these big character roles right now. Thank you one more time, Xavier, for your super chat. What if Shin wished for the other Kais to come back? Or why Shin wished for them to come back? Or why didn't he wish for them to come back? I don't know. I mean, there should have been, I did a video about this a while back that you can't see in the top right corner because I'm doing a live stream and I'm not going to edit this afterward. But, you know, I did a video called The Missing Supreme Kais because according to what Toriyama said, the Supreme Kais should have been replaced like thousands or millions of years ago, like after they were killed by Boo, where the golden fruit should have grown on the kaiju tree or whatever it is, in the Jin world, the core world in the center of the universe, the afterlife, wherever it is, and replace them. Like, according to Toriyama, that's what's supposed to happen. Like, when somebody dies, they immediately replace them. At least 2 out of the 5 Kais died directly at the hands of Kid Buu. One of them was absorbed, the lower Supreme Kais, and then the Dai Kaioshin Grand Supreme Kai was also absorbed. So, you know, they should have, even them, they should have, like, actually been replaced, right? And even then, like, if we want, like, the thing is that Elder Supreme Kai was from, 14 generations before Shin. He was an East Kai just like Shin, as far as I can recall. So that means that even though he was sealed in a sword and he wasn't technically dead, he still was replaced 14 times in a row, right? So why didn't that happen with the other Kais? Like, why did Shin just, like, do nothing for millions or thousands of years, depending on the translation? It doesn't make any sense. Thanks, Toriyama. Quaan says, no. But I'm finished. Ah, you ain't finished. Xavier, one more time. Hit me, baby, one more time. Ugh. I feel sick after referencing a... What's an opposite version of Britney Spears, Quaan, man? Let me know in the comments. I would say one, but I don't want to give you any hints. So Xavier, you said, rank these characters from your least to most favorite. So the ones that you listed, these are not my least to most favorite for people listening, are Son Goku, Prince Vegeta, Future Trunks, Lord Frieza, Piccolo Jr., Perfect Cell, and Son Gohan. I like how you used all of their, like, initial names. Let's see. Least to most favorite. That's actually pretty tough right there. Yes, wine's pretty good. Hopefully you guys are enjoying whatever you're indulging in tonight. Maybe in a future non-canned stream I'll indulge in something better. Well, not better, but something alternate. But still fully legal. I mean, this legal controlled. I'm trying not to say, like, certain words, right, because of YouTube's policies that make no sense. But, you know, this thing is entirely legal, but it's way more dangerous for you than some other substances that are also legal, but you'll be more likely probably to be flagged for ingesting them on stream. Peculiar. I love our societal conundrums with that regard. So I'm thinking that's why I'm talking about all this random shit. You know, it's like that guy in South Park in the episode with the Night of the Living Homeless or whatever, the change, like the zombies, where it's like he just says random things. Brian Shields. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good one. I was going to say like Brett. Not Brett Whips. Because a whip is still like an offensive weapon. If we're going to go like even further beyond in terms of like the opposite, like, you know, we would just say no one, nothing, like the furthest amount, or just like But, you know, since that's so far outside the box, nobody would ever get what the hell we're talking about. Probably something like, so for reference, inside joke humor here for you guys who are privileged enough to be watching this video in the future or watching the live stream right now, the ultimate super elites. And I will answer your question, Xavier. Don't worry, I'm still thinking. I'm multitasking, triple tasking right now. So Quaan and I have a joke where we talk about very opposite things because, you know, I'm a weirdo. And so I like weird humor, as I'm sure you've noticed on my channel about, you know, a certain character from outer space in another multiverse who looks very similar to Arnold Schwarzenegger, sounds like this and talks like this and could flex his muscles and literally blow up universes at 2% of his power, which he doesn't even need that anymore. So yeah, my humor is very peculiar. So I like to do opposite things and word puzzles and all that stuff. And so sometimes we'll do opposite game. And so with Quinn right now, Quaan, with QAA Man, he is trying to do the opposite of Britney Spears. So Brian Shields. For me, it'd probably be Brett Net. Although a net could still be used offensively. I don't care. Okay. So Xavier, to answer your question, because it is really hard, I'm gonna piss somebody off either way. Let me go full screen for this so I can make people angry. Not really. Okay. I know I'm gonna make anyone angry either way, but you know, I'm Mike from Laughingstock Media. How's it going? So I'm used to that. Look at my last video. Least favorite to most favorite. Least favorite on that list is Frieza. Followed by this one's tough because there's like two versions of the same character that one I really like a lot more higher on the list. So Frieza, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Cell, Future Trunks, and Gohan. In that order, from least to most. But again, it depends on the part of the series. So like Goku as a kid, I like more than maybe Vegeta in general. I mean, like overall Goku, like Goku as a kid up until like the Cell Saga. I don't know. It's still tough because Vegeta's like a more dynamic character in terms of like his backstory, his motivations, his character development. Like, you know, he goes from being like pure evil and wanting immortality to being like a family man. So he has great development like Piccolo. But I like Piccolo more as a character than Vegeta because he did that first. And also because, you know, he just is more interesting to me as a character, dating back to, again, kind of the same thing with Goku in a sense, the prior incarnation of him, where he was Demon King Piccolo and the whole mythological backstory and stuff like that. So I prefer Piccolo overall to Vegeta and Goku and Frieza. Frieza for me is the weakest on that list as a character. Like, he's entertaining, but, you know, like a lot of this also changes when we get into Super, where the characters become less dynamic. You know, funny enough to include the word dynamic in there. And, you know, Frieza, like, he like just basically becomes Mum Ra eventually, where he's just like, I'll be back and I'll fight you again, you know, or Skeletor or somebody. You know, it's kind of like, like nowadays I don't care about Frieza, or anytime he shows up I'm like, again, oh, he has a new form. He just so happened to find his own time chamber and train in it for 10 years. Why would Frieza choose 10 years to train in this room? how did he test the room to find out, like, the time disparity? Did he go in the room for like 2 days and come out and it's like, my lord, it's been 2 minutes? You know, like there's a lot of questions there that never get answered, as far as I can tell, or no. So yeah, like Frieza for me is just the weakest overall in terms of a character in the ones you mentioned. My favorites though are definitely going to be Gohan up until a point, Future Trunks until Super, and then Cell. In terms of my favorite villain, Cell, absolutely. I like how my random backgrounds, by the way, did 2 Hunter x Hunters. That's awesome. The Chimera Ant, which I know they pronounce Chimera, but you know, it's kind of like I watch the series and I hear them say Gon 1,000 times, but when I say in the video, it's pronounced Gon. No, it's not. I know because I've seen the show. Like, how many times now? For years? It's gone, Mike. No, it isn't. I know because I hear them go, Gon, Gon, 1,000 times. But apparently I'm wrong, even though I'm literally saying it the exact same way the Japanese voice actors do. Killua, Mike, it's Kahlua. No, it isn't. Mike, it's not Kurapika or Kurapika. It's Krapka. No. Just no. Yeah. It's not Kishibe, it's Kishibe. Okay, you got me there. Do I look like or sound like a guy who knows how to pronounce everyone's names well? No. I'm just a real hero and a real human being, speaking of Ryan Gosling. Let's see. Did I answer everyone's questions? Hopefully that was a satisfying answer for you, Xavier. I know it took me almost as long as it takes Black and Fist to upload to say that, but hopefully you figured it out amongst my incoherent rambling. Hey, I mean, I feel like that's part of the reason people watch this channel, right? Like most people, it seems like, enjoy my new style. I feel like half my videos are like that, right? It's like a conversation we're having, right? Like it's a fun thing I'm explaining to you like it's a friend, right? So, I mean, how often, like if I talk to you as a friend, it's like this. Like I'm just like talking about things. I'll get off on tangents with my freaking ADD brain, you know. Hey, look, a bird. As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. You know, if I take 30 minutes to explain something that I thought would take me 10 to 15 during the video, hey, as far as I'm concerned, that's more for you to watch, right? That's more to enjoy. Some people think that, you know, I spend way too much time like recapping, or that, oh, you know, it took you so long to get to the point. It's like, I don't agree. The whole video is the point, at least my point. And when I'm like explaining something, it's like Quinn can attest to this. I was giving him like a in-depth analysis and explanation, like building up to the crescendo of my argument about a certain topic we got into an argument about like, I don't know, 6 months ago or something. And like right when I was about to finish, but I'm not finished, he's like, Mike, you just wasted so much of my time. It's like, no, but I didn't. I didn't. There was a whole point to that. You know, like I spend the first 100 pages of my book building to the revelation, but it's like, Mike, get to it faster. It's like, what about slow build? I like slow builds. I don't like movie trailers that have like a 10-second movie trailer at the start of the movie trailer. You know, for the people who just watch TikTok and shorts on YouTube, like I have an attention span. Like I have to like build up to things. I gotta like get going. Like, you know, I can't run at 100 miles per hour the second I lift my feet off the floor. I got build up. It's like the juggernaut. I'm the juggernaut, bitch. Once he gets going, his locomotion factor is unstoppable, except for, all the times it is, like when the Hulk just stopped him for some reason and then redirected him to a lake in World War Hulk. But, that was a tie-in chapter, so nobody read that. But, or they just ignore it. But yeah, exactly like I just did for the past, 5 or 10 minutes. 5 or 10 minutes. The calm ASMR voice. That's literally just how I talk. Like, honestly, like, even right now, like, I'm kind of more energetic than usual. Not just because I'm doing a stream, but I'm having fun, but a lot of times, like, when I'm just like talking, I'm just like, I talk like this, like hey, what's up? This is how I talk. Like, I just speak in a, I don't know, calm manner. People usually like when I work in a professional setting, a lot of times people are like, oh, your voice is so calm. It's like, well, thanks, I guess. That's just how I talk. For my whole life, people are like, Mike, stop mumbling, speak up. But then I do YouTube and it's like, oh, we like that you talk like that. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, because my whole life people have been saying stop mumbling and speak up, and kind of like putting down my natural voice. So the fact that I could like talk naturally in videos and people are like, I like this guy's voice. It's calm and it like puts me at ease. It's like, oh, thank you. I guess I don't sound like, a sociopath or something that people have called me in the past, because I just talk calm and quietly. That's just how it is. All right. Also because I'm calm in situations. Like, apparently that's a good thing for a guy to be like calm in most situations, but why even get into that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. So, YouTuber named Quaan said, Mike, please explain the word. Say an aggressive, quizzical matter. I mean, I literally just did that. I beat you to it. Let's see. So, thank you so much, Quaan. Sean versus Peaks. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you so much. Have I seen your channel before? Let me take a look real quick. I don't know if there's a way for me to do it from the chat. So let me look up your channel. From the name, are you a mountain climber? Because that's something I have thought of doing, but then I have also thought of the fact that I would fall off the mountain and die. Okay. Interesting content you have on your channel. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And wow, your channel grew really fast. So you're clearly doing something right. Thank you also for the compliment of me doing YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I decided to come back because I just, I want to have fun doing it. It's like, why, like I had a platform with over 100,000 subscribers. Like I would get millions of views a year. It's like, should I really just like give up on that? At the same time, also like, like I can have fun doing it. I don't have to do it anywhere near as often or put so much effort in every single video I make like I did before. I could just make videos in a more relaxed, enjoyable format like this and talk to people like I would in a real conversation. And sure, I could show some visual aid on the screen, but it's so much easier for me to do that now because I just record and I share my screen and I show the manga, or sometimes like screen capture, or obviously screen capture. Sometimes screenshots, and occasionally, like, I'll edit something into the video too. I say occasionally because, like, I edit my videos, like, in terms of the audio, in terms of, like, the fade in, fade out, the zooms sometimes. Like, I've started to add, like, more touches again since I came back. This is something I tend to do. Like, I take a break and I come back and I'm super naturalistic with my videos where I barely touch them. And then, like, over time, like, that maybe perfectionist mentality or something in me starts to be like, yeah, you're trying to aim for naturalism and minimizing the things that aren't as enjoyable for you and maximizing the things that are. But maybe you could spend the next 5 hours, like, tweaking this video in ways that nobody will ever even notice, except you. Hey, that's how it is. Just got deported to Antarctica. I would hate Antarctica. I don't even like the cold where I live. That's why I'm wearing a jacket in my house with the heat on. Mr. Anti-Eggman. Anti-Eggman. So would that be Chicken Woman? Or Cow Woman? I don't know. Either way, Mrs. Cow Woman. Do we have any updates for Black and Fist or Dragon Ball Nation? Quaan, do you have any Black and Fist updates? Can you introduce them in intervals of 6? Yeah. Quaan is like a mystery. He comes and goes like the wind. YouTube is his break. It is not his life. I don't know if that's a haiku. But either way, that is how Quaan is. If he ever comes back, I say if, but not as a shut off, but rather as a let in or an opt in or opt out, then it'll be cool. I'd like to see him. I've told him numerous times in the past 6 months that in 6 years or however long it's been since he actually uploaded, that I really enjoy his videos, that he's one of my favorite YouTubers, and I always want to see him make more videos, but, you know, he doesn't want to right now, I guess. Unless he does, and he just hasn't told me, and then he's going to show up tomorrow with a new video. You know, tomorrow being like 4 in the morning, because sometimes Quaan would just upload randomly at 4 in the morning, even though, like, he would benefit way more by uploading, like, when I upload, like, early afternoonish. But he would upload random times. I remember the first video I ever did on his channel, he showed my first Harold video on his channel, which is why so many people thought that Harold was voiced by Black and Fist. And he was supposed to upload it at like a certain time the next day, and said he uploaded it at like 2 or 4 in the morning. And I was like, oh, well, hey, at least he did it. So I appreciate, you know, I always enjoy his content. He's definitely one of the best. With Josh, he's living the dream. You know, I'm happy for Josh. He's doing well right now. And, you know, it's always a pleasure to talk to him and, you know, play video games with him every now and then. Not as often as I would like to, if you're listening, Josh. But no, we'll probably hang out at some point in the future, too. I've invited him to, you know, stay at my house for like a day or the weekend or whatever. I got plenty of room here. So he could always come over and hang out if he wants. We can get some Taco Bell. It'll be fun. Will he ever do any more videos? I don't know. Maybe. Like, Daimon could bring everyone back for all I know. Maybe even Super J, and that'd be cool. I doubt it. Like, he deleted his first channel. I don't know if he deleted his second one, but Jay didn't like a lot of trappings of YouTube, and especially the copyright, which I don't blame him. I don't like it either, but I just keep doing it anyway. That's me in general, right? I do a lot of things I don't necessarily love every aspect of, but hey, I just do them because that's kind of the thing I do. Let's see. Happy birthday. Make sure to blow out the candles like Teen Gohan did. Yeah, I was going to maybe use that as the thumbnail, but it's hard to do that. I wish that we could do like animated GIFs. I know people hate when you say GIF. Animate GIFs of thumbnails instead of like actual thumbnails, but or we could choose the preview that plays, because YouTube does that automatically. I was going to say automatedly, but I know that's not a word unless you want to say I invented it, and that's a word. And credit Mike Warren, copyright 2024. March 1st, unless you're in another country. That's March 2nd right now. Like Australia. If you guys are watching in Australia at, I don't know, almost 12 o'clock in the afternoon, good day. I appreciate it. I'd love to visit your continent. I want to go see Hobbiton and all the Lord of the Rings locations in New Zealand, but also just visit Australia. Jay's invited me to stay with him in the past. I think that'd be cool, but getting me on a plane for that long, that's gonna be hard. Mike is my unintentional DBZ ASMR channel. I do have a series, if you haven't seen it, called DBZ ASMR. I've uploaded like, I don't know, 8 of them by now, I think. So check them out. The thing is, like, do I actually do ASMR though? Because like sometimes I talk loudly during the videos, right? Like I put a lot of inflection into certain things, or I get excited talking about them, or I still haven't totally broken free from the YouTube voice, which I've been slowly boiling down and distilling away until I just talk normally, like all the time, like this. Yeah, it's hard to remove that kind of intentional self-programming, let's say. But I want to just have all my videos be as natural as possible. So sometimes I have to like either re-record the video or like stop during like part way through a video. I'm just like, I don't like, I want my video to be like this. But again, even that is still going against the idea. So it's kind of like a constant fight with like, sometimes I'll spend like 3 hours just adjusting my camera because I want it to be the exact same angle every video, and I slightly bump it and it ruins everything for me. And it's like, why am I doing this? Like I could just put my camera on top of my computer, but then it won't look as cool. So my videos cured your insomnia. It's funny because nothing cures mine. I'll lay in bed for a long time before I finally fall asleep. Sometimes I have to just sleep in different places. Like I've been sleeping on my couch the past at least a few days, just to like make it where it's, you know, maybe easier for me to sleep. I even have an adjustable bed and everything. But yeah. That's nice. Do I want to have more of this wine or a different one? I might want a different wine, just to compare and contrast. I used to never drink wine, but I got into it in the past, I don't know, a year or two. I'm not European, so like I don't drink it all day, every day, you know, like it's water, vodka. But no, you know, I do like to compare and everything I do, I kind of do experimentally, in a sense of where like I like to review things in my own mind, where I like test one, test another, and I get years of experience like testing things out. You could talk to Quaan, man, you know, like that's how I figured out so many of the things in these programs that like I'll show him and he never has done them before, just because like that's my mentality of things. Like I play around with everything, I explore things, I do this or do that. So like there's so many things I figured out, sometimes unintentionally. I just figured out something else with markers the other day in Premiere. I just like accidentally hit control at the wrong time. Like, oh, this is totally different. It's now, it'll instead of showing time in the timeline, it'll show frames that have passed by that point. I don't know if that's actually helpful, especially for Quinn, since he never uses markers, even though I show him how to do it and it's really helpful. But, or real-time audio editing, like based upon audio samples. So you can edit literally like 2,000 times as much audio, like, you know, as more precise, and yet, you know, because he uses Premiere instead of Audition. But I mean, you could do that in Audition way better, but I like to poke fun at his editing sometimes. I mean, he definitely has room to make fun of mine because I barely do it now. But at least I'm self-aware about it, I guess. I don't know. Huh? Did I explain the huh, Quinn? I feel like maybe that's why I haven't seen you in a while. So, so these are references to Boondocks, in particular, a dream that Tom Dubois has, where he's in the prison showers. Kwame really likes to quote that scene for some weird reason. He thinks it's really funny, which I think it's funny too. But, you know, not my favorite scene, not my favorite or funniest scene from Boondocks. I think Pimp Named Slickback is funnier in terms of at least quoting the scenes. But, I mean, my favorite character is Uncle Ruckus in terms of humor in Boondocks. Unfortunately, I can quote very few of his scenes for Boondocks fans. I'm guessing you can tell why pretty easily by watching my videos with your eyes. And knowing the society we currently live in terms of vocabulary usage. YouTube should be fun to make videos on, less editing, more videos, more editing, less videos that won't reach as many people. Numbers game, used to edit a lot and got no views, now we edit less. Yeah, I mean, it depends on your algorithm too. Like if you're totally not Mark or Expert Games or, you know, I'm not going to mention him, and some other channels that, like, you know, they could upload a video once a month and they get hundreds of thousands of views on them, then you could do whatever the hell you want. You could even talk about other franchises than Dragon Ball and your channel doesn't die immediately. When you're me or a lot of other channels that don't have that luxury, well, you know, sometimes it's like, well, I got to upload every 2 days or, you know, at least every 3. With my channel, that 2 day gap between videos, oof, that really can tank my growth, unfortunately. After last year, that, like, I used to be able to go weeks sometimes without uploading a video and still could do decently on it, but like now, nah, you ain't finished. Mark, you know, he definitely has an algorithm on him. That's what I'll say. They're in the land of my ancestors, top of the morning. At least some of my ancestors. Some of my other ancestors invaded that land. That's where my middle and last name come from. My first name, well, that came thousands of years earlier. But the version of my name, I suppose you could say, kind of is from that region. There's a whole great anime series about the invasion of the Isles called Vinland Saga, which uses that more as a backdrop, and it's great. I take a lot of liking to Thorfinn and his portrayal, especially in season 2 in terms of his ideology. I like the idea of having no enemies. Hey, I'm not going to fall for that talking bucket. I don't care what kind of card you give me or exemption. I know that game. Are you able to actually see people who are in the chat or active on YouTube like you can on Twitch? Because I don't know if I've ever seen that capability. A lot of times I watch channels that, you know, nobody ever mentions I'm there. But then again, they might not be Dragon Ball fans, so who knows? I don't comment, so... Thank you, everyone, for the happy birthdays again. Quaan got hacked, so he slowed down his videos, concentrating on restoring everything back to normal. No, I know. I've been talking to him. I already knew the whole situation with him getting hacked. I mean, I was talking to him during that situation. Well, kind of. After it, you know, whatever the timeline is. But, you know, I was doing what I could in that situation. So, let's see. What do you guys think is a good horror game? Silent Hill or Resident Evil? I mean, aren't both of them good? I prefer Resident Evil, but, you know, both good franchises. What if someone has actually named their son a pimp named Slickback? It's like a Tribe Called Quest. You gotta say the whole thing every time. Stavros said, you have to tell me what country you're from. What country are you from? They speak English and what? So, Stavros sounds Russian to me. But then again, that might be very offensive depending on what country you're from. So, you'll have to tell me. Or, you know, lineage or whatever. So... Your favorite characters in live-action Avatar are Uncle Iroh and Prince Zuko. You love their chemistry and believability. So in terms of that, I haven't seen the new live-action Avatar show. I'm hesitant to do so because, again, it's another live-action adaptation of a cartoon, a series, and so on. But also because the fact that, like, I just don't really have much desire to. Like, it's like... I don't really care for the most part to see it. Like, I love the original. I actually have it behind me somewhere. And so the actor who plays Iroh definitely looks the part for sure. Isn't it Famuyiwa from The Mandalorian? The director and also the guy who plays the X-Wing pilot? I think they said that. But yeah, he's definitely one of my favorite characters in Avatar in general. Maybe my favorite, but he's great. Mako did a really good voice performance for him, and then Greg something or other, I forget his name. He did the follow-up. Thank you so much, Thank you so much, Tarantulal, for the happy birthday wishes and super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jojo Fan. Ura, 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 ura. Muda, 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 muda. One day I'm going to have Harold do that series. JoJo's Muscular Adventure, Part 1. The vampire gains Dio with his Aryan bloodline, but he's born from a manlet. Muda, 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 muda. That's going to be a fun video. I might have to edit, though. So, we'll see. We'll see how I figure it out. I don't want to have to edit a video, so I have to find a way around that. Maybe I could just use action figures. I'll just have them like punch each other as action figures, but then that also costs money. And I'm a YouTuber, so that doesn't help. Do I play Tekken 8? I haven't played Tekken 8. I have some of the original Tekken games. In fact, I actually have Tekken Tag Team somewhere in this room for the PlayStation. Let's see if I can find that for you. I take my jacket off too. Somehow it's fuck. Also, it's pretty warm in here. I just found it the other day. I need to copy. Let's see. Where is that? It's good and hot. Let me get some more water real quick. I'll be right back. So I want to try a different one. Okay. Let's get some more of Bruce Lee's favorite word. What the hell? Okay. Mucho bettero. Alrighty then. So what was I saying? Oh, so you're from Greece, Stavros. Okay. Definitely not Russia. I do remember Greece invaded Russia at one point, though, to tie these together, under Alexander the Great. That didn't work out too well in his favor. He didn't listen to Sun Tzu. Oh, I wanted to show you this to answer that question real quick. About Tekken. It would be nice if I could find that game so I could actually answer your question. I found some of my PlayStation games. I have McDonald's Yu-Gi-Oh game. I have one of my favorite wrestling games. SmackDown 2. Know Your Role. I have a game that I'm sure Quaan Man's played, but I don't remember if I've even played this before. NBA Live 2000. I don't even know why I have this, to be honest. Jet Moto 2. I also have my original PlayStation somewhere behind me. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. It's actually the Philosopher's Stone. Ugh. Medal of Honor, the original one. I got this game years ago. I think this is also where the Tekken is. Dragon Valor. I don't know if anyone's ever even heard of this. Why am I not full screen right now? Come on. OBS. Dragon Valor. No, not Dragon Ball, but there probably are some balls on here. The hell is my Tekken? Oregon Trail. You know, history of Josh's life. Because he's very old. Oh, for some reason I also have my SmackDown vs. Raw 2008 in here for the Wii. I don't know where I put my Tekken. Tekken Tag Team. Oh, actually now I think I found that out. I figured it out. I cracked the code. Resident Evil 2 for the PlayStation 1. And what's underneath it? Tekken 3. There we go. Tekken Tag Team. Also, Metal Gear Solid. Resident Evil 2, of course, being the debut of my character, the mayor of Raccoon City. He did a great job with that city, didn't he? He didn't mess that job up at all. I also have some other PlayStation 2 games somewhere in here. I have let's see. Twisted Metal 3. Got that years ago. I don't know where else. I don't know where the other one went. One of my favorite games for the original PlayStation. I can't find it right now. Is Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. Somebody asked me earlier what my favorite game is for Zelda. Here's my second favorite. Ocarina of Time for the N64. Although I do like Master Quest. I don't know where it is, but my favorite one is Majora's Mask. My favorite Zelda game. Also my favorite game of all time. Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Which I think is the superior sequel to Ocarina of Time. Who do I think would win the fight between Ultra Instinct Goku and Gohan Beast? Or do I think it'll be interrupted by Vegeta or Black Freeze? I don't know, maybe. I don't really care. They're just smashing action figures together right now. Let's see. What else? Silent Hill 2 is getting a remake. I'm not surprised. Seems like not even Gohan Beast lived up to Oracle Fish's prophecy. It's because Beerus is just an impossible goalpost that they keep moving past until eventually they get tired of nobody surpassing him. Some other YouTuber did a video actually about that. I've talked about it in videos in the past. I didn't see his video, or maybe her. I haven't seen the channel. But yeah, somebody did a video about that recently, like the Beerus problem in Dragon Ball and how it's like constantly being moved back. And it's true. I mean, in Battle of Gods, Goku was 70% of Beerus's power, or at least made him use it in the movie. And then years later, several forms and power-ups later, Beerus is still stronger, which is stupid. Goku surpassed every character he was ever introduced to within like one arc. But, either during the same arc or the subsequent one. And yet for Beerus, he can't surpass him after an entire series. It's one of the things that makes Super feel inconsequential. And, like all the things happening in it seem lesser because of it. Because like he just can't surpass these types of characters that they introduce that are just ambiguously stronger than everyone. No numbers given, no this, no that for the most part. And anytime they are, we just have to think they're bullshit because obviously Beerus still said he was using this amount of power against Goku and Vegeta in the anime. And then Goku gets a new form and then can multiply it by 20 times and then gets power up, power up, power up, power up, 2 new forms, power up, power up, power up, masters them. Power up, power up, power up, fusion, blah, blah, blah. Still weaker than Beerus. Okay. That's entertaining. That makes the power scale really matter. Did I read your last super chat, Xavier? I hope so. Oh, I guess not. Sorry. Thank you. Let me make sure I didn't miss anyone else's first, too. I feel like I asked Quinn a question a while ago, too, but I don't know. He might not be here anymore. So let me read your super chat, Xavier. Sorry about that. I appreciate everyone's super chats. Do you think 1920 could absorb a destructive disc, Frieza's death saucers, the death beam, Dodon ray, special beam cannon, or tri-beam? So the reason why you're asking that question, I would assume, is because the fact that they're specialized techniques that are meant to cut or pierce. And so in the case of them absorbing like energy from somebody's body, or in the case of them, what do you think, Benny? I got my cameo of the night. Hold on. Or in the case of like, come on. Come here. I'll answer in a second. What do you think? Do you think they could do it? Wait. So, yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. It hasn't happened. I would assume they can. The question is, would they be able to reach and damage the nodes that absorb the power beforehand? What do you think? That's a very insightful answer. Good question. I don't know. I feel like there's a chance that somehow their damage and velocity would be able to hit and damage the absorbing points before they would be able to have all of their energy absorbed into the androids. But, you know, at the same time, maybe it's irrelevant. Maybe it's just the second they come in contact, it goes right in. It like defuses it immediately, instantaneously upon contact or upon reaching that particular area of the hand. And so even if it like goes like, you know, vastly faster than any other technique that 19 or 20 absorbed, because ki increases with speed along with the characters and everything as they level up, for some reason the density of a technique rarely ever seems to slow it down. Like Krillin had that slow attack, but that was because it was going to burst. And Piccolo had the Hellzone grenade, but those were purposely designed to stop places, right? It's all intent-based and intentional. So nobody used the intent of piercing those anodes or utilizing a technique that cuts against 19 and 20. So, I don't know. I mean, if they like grab the disc on its side where it wouldn't cut, because it seems like the discs only cut around the periphery, the edges, then yeah, I would assume they could absorb it. And characters adequately strong enough in the anime, like Jiren, for example, can grab the disc even on that part and throw it, or Gohan can block it just with his aura and diffuse them, destroy them. So I think it probably comes down to that in the anime adaptation as well. So yeah, maybe they could absorb them, but maybe they can't. Okay. Oh. Can you stop trying to make me ban people, YouTube? I'm trying to scroll down. Okay. So, Xavier, yes, I read your super chat. Oh, Silent Hill is Konami. Okay. Yeah, there's a YouTuber I used to watch who hated Konami. I don't know what the official name of that YouTuber is anymore, but the channel was often very critical of Konami and had a whole segment trashing them on like every video. There was a certain inquisition they ran. The Big 4-0 says Cemetery Hill. Jeez. I'll hit it eventually, but not this day, not this year, or for several more. It's I hope it's the beard. Okay. You got the Pizza Hut demo disc. No, that was a McDonald's one. I love Pizza Hut, though. It's unfortunate that's not around here. I don't think I even have a Pizza Hut in my state anymore. That sucks. I used to have one down the street. I would go there when I was a kid, like after soccer games, football. I was actually pretty good at football, but they thought it was too rough. So I was like, I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm not going to like stop in the middle of the game and help somebody up when I'm like right about to score a goal. That's stupid. Finally score a goal. Everyone's like, why didn't you stop the game to help them up? Because I wanted to win? Isn't that the objective here? Oh wait, this is one of the very few sports that can end in a tie, so apparently not. Remember one time I was supposed to go see a movie, my friend from Venezuela. And like we're hanging out, and he's like, "Oh, I gotta watch this the soccer game first." You know, he said football. I gotta watch this football game first. You know, it's really important. It's between the Leones and some other team I don't care about. I'm like, okay, how long is this supposed to take? Oh, it'll be this long. All right. Watch the entire game. Nobody scores a goal. Then it goes in overtime. It's like, okay, somebody's definitely going to score a goal, right? And then the whole overtime passes and ends in a tie. I could have watched a movie I enjoyed by that time instead of a boring game where people kick a ball around and then don't score any points. You know what they would call that in America? Communism. No. Do you think Baby can steal Beerus's body? I don't see why not. It takes place after GT. It takes place after Super, so clearly Baby's stronger. Beerus been doing some off-screen training. Yeah, the strongest training there is. Ask Jaxblade in that video I did with them last year. The best type of training. Thanks, AJ the Boneless. Are you AJ Styles after too many botches? Or are you like Peter Griffin? You used your last wish on the genie to wish you had no bones. Anyone want to see Beerus versus Omega Shenron? I mean, if we're going to claim there's the same continuity, which Toei, everyone is like, Mike, this will never happen, but it's like, you guys really underestimate how little Toei cares about continuity. If they're the same continuity and we find that out in the future, obviously everyone GT stronger than Beerus, right? Otherwise, GT seems even less consequential because, oh yeah, this god they introduced in a movie years later. Not only did nobody in the series ever surpass him, even though they kept saying that they did, or most likely did, even Broly, and then apparently Gohan could like finger flick him while flipping off the camera because Beerus is so stronger. And so apparently Beerus is still stronger than even Omega Shenron and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. I love this show. It makes perfect sense. It's the best show ever. Cemetery Hill. Is your first name Cemetery and your last name Hill? Because if so, you have some cool parents on you. Your recent hot takes video got me thinking, is non-canon Dragon Ball slowly becoming better than canon Dragon Ball? Like Bardock being redone in Broly. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that is non-canon that was made by Toei that's way better than anything in Super and the modern Dragon Ball, even that Toriyama made. So yeah, I mean, there's filler that's better than everything in Super and Dragon Ball. It's manga, like, minus. Like, I'd rather watch the Otherworld Tournament than Dragon Ball minus. Like, that's not even a question. I'd rather watch Fusion Reborn or Wrath of the Dragon than almost everything in Super. Have you seen GT's power scaling videos? How do you think that GT Goku does in the Superverse? I mean, in terms of feats, Goku from Battle of Gods is like stronger than everyone in GT, right? Like in terms of like, I mean, base Goku destroyed a dimension with the Kamehameha, that's really powerful. But like even Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta didn't like almost destroy the macrocosm with the shockwaves of his punches. I mean, neither did any other form of Goku after that fight for some reason. Suppression and, key control and area of effect and syncing up the punches correctly. But you really mean to tell me that no character other than Beerus and Goku ever punched each other out of sync after that one fight when they're so much stronger that one shockwave of the punch would do the exact same amount of damage that several of them would have? Whatever. Apparently Kid Buu and Frieza, who just trained by punching Tagoma and torturing him for 4 months, are, more capable than initial Beerus and Super Saiyan God Goku from sinking their punches so that the shockwaves don't damage everything around them. Appreciate the proper pronunciation of football. It isn't football. Why did Vegeta lose interest in gaining immortality? I actually did a video about that you could see on my channel. I think it's that Vegeta saw immortality as more of a means to an end, to defeat Frieza and to become the strongest in the universe. But then he realized he didn't need it, and also he realized that he didn't really want to be immortal. Because, you know, living forever, at least in the main universe, like in the physical reality of our existence, isn't necessarily as cracked up as it seems to be, especially in a universe where you know for a fact there's life after death, which basically is like immortality. I mean, certain belief systems, you literally get immortality after you die. So, yeah. Why live forever here? That would suck. Especially like if you get trapped under a rock forever and you can't move. You're floating out in the vacuum of space, suffocating for all eternity. That would suck. Right? Merry Birthday, Mike, says SRM. Thank you so much. Dating myself, but I love Pizza Hut for the Book It reading program. Book It reading program. I don't remember what that is. Is it where you would get points for reading books and you would bring in like a scorecard or something, then you would get a free pizza if you read so many books? Because that seems vaguely familiar. Hi. What's up? Hi, Penny. Thank you, Cynthia. Always enjoy your comments on my channel, longtime viewer. And yeah, I like that Hunter x Hunter background too. Also, before it just changed, I had Trigon up, Fallout New Vegas to the right, Fallout 3 to the left. I like, I have all my, I have 3 monitors right now, looking at one of them. And then I have these 2 over here. I switch between desks depending upon whatever I'm doing. And in the past, I had them like side by side, but I prefer this setup. I change everything up every now and then. And so, what is it? I have them all set up to like change every minute. A minute? And what is it? I like, because it's randomized, I like when they sync up. It's kind of like when you're in a restaurant or in a public place and everyone stops talking at the same time. And you get just a brief moment or duration of nobody saying anything or making noise. I appreciate that. Those little things in life. Full Nelson is the ultimate wrestling move. I mean, it's hard to break out of if you're a guy. You don't have as much joint flexibility, especially when you're really muscular, you know? When you have less practical muscle. More fast twitch than slow. Omega Shenron is stronger than Battle of Gods movie Beerus. I mean, if you want to say so. The Styles neck smash, yeah. That's a pretty rough one. Who's Dr. Jiro's greatest creation? Who is Dr. Jiro? I gotta stop pronouncing it that way. So... I would have said Cell, but that's my favorite one of his creations. Through the power of retcons. That's a really powerful science. Probably via osmosis, his grandson, because he made way more powerful androids than Jiro ever was capable of, including Cell Max, who, despite being way more powerful by like 1 trillion times or whatever, is still a terrible rehash of the real Cell, who literally has 0 dialogue in the whole movie other than "ah," which, to be fair, is what people who don't know anything about Dragon Ball, except for memes, think that all the dialogue is anyway. People in Dragon Ball Z, they scream for 5 minutes every time they go to power up and transform. Yeah, that totally happens every single time. Just like in Yu-Gi-Oh!, every single time he turns into a Tem, it does the entire transformation animation. Every single anime does that every single time, right? It's not like they only do it for like a season and then they stop doing it because it takes up too much time and people get tired of it. No. Never. Let's see. I appreciate the happy birthday, Isaac. You're free to disagree with me about Abridged or anything else. See, that's the thing. In life, we can disagree with each other and still be friendly. You know, and nowadays, that's really hard to say on the internet, right? Because everything's so extreme and polarized. And if you disagree with somebody politically or philosophically or religiously or whatever, then clearly they're evil and blah, blah, blah. But not quite that way. I like to have friends that have different beliefs than me. People that, I mean, you know, people that have like different viewpoints. It's more interesting that way. If everyone just says the same thing as me or thinks all the same thing as me, well, that's an echo chamber. That's boring. That's just nothing but self-flagellation or whatever. Well, it's like Oppenheimer, right? He doesn't necessarily believe in all the things with the people he surrounded himself with, but hey, you know, he was able to learn a lot more that way. Have a more rounded view of life. And then you got a cool movie where he's played by Cillian Murphy. Another fellow Irishman. If for some reason you're watching my channel, Cillian, I do have a movie where I would like to cast you, but I definitely can't afford your going rate these days. Hit me up. My email's on my channel. Joey Cass, thank you for the happy birthday. What is one positive thing Dragon Ball Super actually brought to the Dragon Ball franchise in your opinion? I did a video about this years ago, right after Super ended. It's called How Dragon Ball Super Improved the Rival Dynamic. Super introduced more characters who theoretically could keep up with Goku and serve as rivals and foils to him. Now, have any of them? Not as far as we could tell. As far as I know, after the Tournament of Power, Hit and Jiren never came back or have kept up with Goku in terms of power. He might be able to kill both of them with a blink of his eyes at this point. I don't know, because apparently they don't care because they haven't brought him back. Or they could just be training off screen. Now they're still as strong as him, but weaker than Beerus. So that's like a theoretical thing. That's more interesting and that super theoretically improved. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything else. I guess it helped to make Dragon Ball popular with a new demographic. That's a thing, right? Yeah, if you get trapped in the dead zone forever, that sucks. That's like Garlic Jr. is just an idiot for a villain. Because, like, he literally could have won all of the fights he has, but he just gets so stupid and styles on his opponent with the dead zone, the only thing that could beat him. And then he gets knocked into it again and again. It's like, okay, Garlic, you'd think you'd be smarter. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again. Yeah. Literally, because they never brought your ass back. I mean, theoretically, Garlic Jr. could be training inside the dead zone and be strong enough to break it open. I mean, you know, he got strong. He went from Raditz level to, I don't know, low millions, hundreds of thousands, something like that in the Garlic Jr. saga when the Makio planet came there. I don't know why they call it the Makio star in the English dub. It's weird. It's like how sometimes fan translations will call planets stars because they have a similar word in Japanese. Like Battle of Gods, I remember watching the fan subs before I saw the movie in official capacity. And Beerus is looking at King Kai's planet. He's like, oh, your star is really small. It's kind of like that. But it's like the demon alien planet, basically. But for some reason, they call it the Makio star. Even though it's literally a planet. That Gohan blows up and genocides an entire species at the end of that fight. Just so that he can lock one guy in the dead zone. So, like, Garlic Jr., if he trained and, like, did a bunch of push-ups and sit-ups and drank plenty of dark matter inside the dead zone, could theoretically get strong enough to where he could break out of it again. But I think that they forgot he existed, so that's never going to happen. Unless Dragon Ball Daima brings it back. It's Toriyama's version of Garlic Jr. this time. Or even just Garlic Senior. And he's the one behind the conspiracy. I just gave a bunch of clickbaiters thousands of dollars. Because if I made that video, nobody would watch it. But if you do it and you put a terrible thumbnail, you'll make a lot of money. Have fun. You got that better algorithm. Go for it. Feel free to credit me, though. I don't think you will, but feel free to credit me. I would like some extra views myself. And since you're the one who's going to get those views, you might as well throw a few my way, right? Thank you, Be Wise Man. Are you the beekeeper? Are you Jason Statham? That'd be cool. Some celebrity somewhere has to watch my channel, right? I know Sonny Straight watched it sometimes because he promoted my he promoted my Krillin video on his Twitter once. My Krillin is far stronger than you realize. Even helped me to break a trend. So at that point on my channel, every time I would have 2 videos back to back that were successful, the third one would always die no matter what, and then my channel would fall off for a period of time. That was one of the trends that I don't think I'm in anymore. But I could literally have 2 videos back to back, 100 to multi-hundreds of thousands of views. One, the next, no matter what I upload the third video, it would die immediately. It wouldn't matter. I could upload anything. The best edited, most clickable video ever, dead. No matter what. That was another really disenfranchising aspect of my channel's algorithm and trends at that time. It was like YouTube was like, you know what, Mike? You got enough views for now. You're not getting any more for a little while. It's funny because I remember I had a conversation with Quaan years ago where it was like, you know, kind of about how I should be appreciating and enjoying the views I had at the time more. And I was like, you don't get it. It could literally change next week. And the second it rolled over into the next week, it fell off a cliff. And things, I would upload the same type of videos, make the same type of content, didn't matter. Because YouTube, with their algorithm, it would change or they would cap my views. They would decide, they would see my, I don't know what it was. I'm not going to make it seem like it's a conspiracy or something. An R-Truth conspiracy. C-O-N, spiracy. Like them putting those spiders on that ladder. But yeah, that would happen again and again. So it sucked. It'd be like, oh, hey, this is awesome. You know, these videos did amazing back to back. Nope. Screw you. No more. No, there's no third video. But thankfully, Sonny Straight, he came through in the clutch for me, as the youngins say these days. He was like, nah, this video is going to do better. And so he watched that video, because of course he voices Krillin, so he's got to be a Krillin fan. He saw that I put some spec on Krillin's name. I told people exactly how strong he is in Super, which is insane, because he was freaking pushing back a Kamehameha from Super Saiyan Blue Goku. After Goku got at least 10 times stronger in the Goku Black arc based upon like feats and stuff. And he was already stronger because of him training for 3 years with Vegeta in the Time Chamber than he was in Resurrection F, where he might have gotten a Zenkai at the end. So, yeah, I put some spec on his name, and so Sonny Stray helped me out with that video promotion, helped me get a third video in a row. I think the fourth video was dead, but that third video, I appreciated it. It was awesome. He does a great voice of Krillin too. The woman who did the voice of Krillin in Dragon Ball's dub 2, the Dragon Ball original anime, she not the Luffy voice actor, you know, whose name I don't remember, but the voice actor for the younger Krillin also did a great job, because I never even knew for years that wasn't Sonny Straight. I always just thought he was doing a slightly different voice for the younger Goku. And I found out, oh no, this is a woman doing it. It's like a totally different person. I was like, wow, really? That's great. Nowadays, they would just have Colleen Clunkin something, as Black and Fist used to pronounce her name, do the voice of well, every younger male character, and they would all sound like women. Kind of like some of Ash's voice actors in the English dub as the series went on. Also, I'll be honest, I also don't like Goten's voice change in Kai in the English dub. I like that they kept the same voice actress, but she like totally changed the way that his voice sounds. I don't like it. It doesn't fit the character for me. The original one sounded good, and it sounded in line with You know, kind of like Gohan's voice as a kid too. It sounded in line with like Stephanie's performance, so maybe that's part of the reason, but I don't think so. I just think that she wanted to make him sound more kiddie, but it just didn't work. A lot of the voices didn't work as well when some of the original voice actors came back, like, you know, Chi-Chi's voice in Super. I didn't really think it was this good, even though same voice actress, but sometimes when years go by, your voice just changes or it's hard for you to replicate it. Some of the voice actors just still nail it every time, like Chris Rager as Mr. Satan. He's great. Chris Ayres is Frieza. I prefer it over Linda. She did a great job as Genkai. Doesn't work for Frieza for me. Not when I go back and re-listen to it. Chris Ayres was way more in line with Ryusei Nakao. That's who I always think of, like, Frieza's voice. When I, like, read it, it's either Ryusei or Chris Ayres. Sometimes I'll do my own voices in my head for the characters, but never Linda's voice for Frieza. Torankusu. This is Cemetery Hill. Anime need that 23 minutes and 50 seconds of content in a 30-minute runtime. Why not reuse Kaiba's Blue Eyes White Dragon Summon or Yugi's Dark Magician? I think it's just because, like, I mean, maybe you're being rhetorical with that question. It's kind of hard with the way you wrote it, but you know, if you actually are trying to say, like, use them instead of using the longer Yugi one, I think it's just an anime trope or like an anime tradition where, like, the transformations at first will be longer. Like, I have a series in here. In English, it's called Technoman, but originally it's called Tekkaman Blade. And I have Tekkaman Blade 2, which is an OVA series. It's a sequel. Every single time that Tekkaman would appear, they would do the full-length version of his like, appearance and transformation and stuff. I think eventually they stopped doing that, but sometimes it literally is just to pad it out, like you're saying. But I mean, there are other ways that they could do that. I just think that it's kind of, they do it for the main character that transforms because it's just more of a tradition. Like, it happens in so many series that there has to be like a more like meta reason than just let's make the time build up by reusing in the animation. Because that, you know, that's also like cutting back and forth to other characters takes up time for reactions, flashbacks. The entire second season of Attack on Titan, for example, peak fiction. Let's have literally every single fight in episode of this show be 70% flashbacks for a whole season. Like freaking Naruto. Oh, finally, Aaron's like training. Here's another flashback. Oh, finally, there's the fight between these two kids. Another flashback. Here's a flashback inside of a flashback. Inside GT. No, but I try not to talk about Attack on Titan because all I'm going to do is make people angry when I do. I just don't like to talk about it anyway. Because nowadays I like to try and talk more about things I enjoy, but even just saying that is a problem for anime fans. Because so many people think it's like a masterpiece 10 out of 10 series. And then I'm sitting here watching, I'm like, really? This show? It's not even the best Mappa series. Like, Vinland Saga is so much better than this. But somehow this is like peak fiction. Have you ever seen Lord of the Rings? Or Star Wars? Or have you ever heard of like the Iliad? Have you ever like played a Zelda game? Like, what are we defining as peak fiction here? How much fiction have you seen? Like, I can't think of any anime that's peak fiction. Like, peak fiction has to be something that is, like, not only great from start to finish, but also, like, massively influential to a point to where, like, it defines fiction, right? Like, Attack on Titan isn't Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or even Dune, like, in terms of literacy, or, you know, the Greek tragedies, or, you know, like, so many stories and things that, like, have persisted for thousands of years. Like, even people are like, JoJo Part 7 is peak fiction. It's like, no, it isn't. Like, I like JoJo Part 7 from what I've read so far, but it's still hard to love anything about JoJo after the end of Part 6, which is like basically JoJo's version of the end of the Future Trunks arc. I know that's a hot take too. A lot of JoJo fans love the ending of, well, a lot of JoJo fans love Part 6. I remember reading it, I'm like, God, can they just get out of the prison already? Like, how many more chapters and volumes do I have to read where they're in this fucking prison? I like it more in the anime, to be honest. It's like Part 5. But then for me, Part 5 is like top JoJo up until that last, like, the fourth act or whatever. Up until Requiem shows up. Up until, I don't want to spoil it. It's a great show. You should watch it and read the manga. But like up until the final confrontations, plural, I have to say that. Part 5 for me was like maybe my favorite. Part 3 is my favorite though, especially Battle in Egypt. Part 5 just gets super convoluted until the very end. Before Sleeping Slave or Rolling Stones. I don't like that ending. The actual, like, full ending of JoJo, Part 6 or 5. Because I'm like, okay, I get what you're going for. I get the reason for this chapter. But, like, you could have, like, spent this wrapping things up. Like, what the hell happened to... Was it not Polpo? Fugo. What happened to Jotaro? What happened to Koichi? We're just gonna pretend that they never were in this part, even though they were, and they were like a big part of the setup. I don't know. Here's a stone. It has faces in it. And here's the theme. Okay. That's fine, but add another chapter in there then? Like, don't... It's like Bleach. Okay, we're finally getting to the end of the Waco Mundo arc. Now we're going to spend 15 chapters turning back the pendulum to like 100 or 1,000 years ago or whatever. And the Espada were first becoming a thing. And like the Arancarification and Aizen and stuff. Okay. I'll go along with it. Well, hey, at least we're getting the final confrontation. Oh. That's how you end the arc? Okay. But Part 5 is way better than Waco Mundo. I still haven't seen the 1,000-Year Blood War. or read in the manga because I gave up after Fullbring. But I was like, oh, why does this arc exist other than to make Ichigo even more of a Gary Stu, but not, because he doesn't actually do anything that matters in the story? Why is he the main character? Why couldn't you have wrote him to actually like do something that matters other than like waste my time as a viewer and reader and give him powers that don't matter narratively because he doesn't do anything with them that actually matters other than wasting time, literally? Oh, thanks for stalling, Ichigo. That's your whole character now, I guess. You're stupid. You make terrible decisions. You literally watch like all the captains beating up Momo and stabbing her in the heart. And then like right after that, guys, what are you doing? That would have been nice if you said something like 5 minutes ago, Ichigo, when they were murdering this little girl. But because it's Bleach, none of the like the heroes actually ever die. Even like when that one annoying former vice captain who was a Rankar or whatever literally gets chopped in half by Gin, they still fucking let her live. But then like, what is it, Tosin? Like that's how you get rid of him? What a stupid ending for that character. What a stupid ending for so much of that series. And then in the anime, why even watch it? You have to skip at least half the anime. It's like the first Naruto. It's like, oh, here's another filler arc. Actually, there's more filler in Bleach than Naruto, I think. Which is crazy, but there is. Because they don't stop with the filler. And then the filler is like at points integrated into the story. So it's like, oh, if you skip the filler, then they just have scenes with like random filler characters that you don't care about. And then like the only interesting filler characters don't come back. Like the freaking vampires. Like, can we see more of the vampires? Like, why are there vampires in Bleach? Okay, I'll go for it. Oh, that's never referenced again. Okay. But these false bodies, okay, I guess we'll keep going back to them because they're wacky. Okay, so more to super chats. Let's see. Thank you so much, everybody. Well, I keep doing these tangents and pissing off anime fans from other franchises and fandoms. Hey, I watched them at least. You know, I'm not like a lot of these other Dragon Ball fans that never watch anything other than Dragon Ball, and then they, you know. But no, seriously. Let's see. I'm going to do a video about that, by the way. I'm going to do a number of videos in the future that are directly talking to the Dragon Ball fandom and like why I believe that they need to watch more anime, why I believe that they need to read the manga. Like, I'm going to do videos like directly about that. Because it's like, I've been a fan of this franchise for decades, so like I'm definitely a fan. I'm not just like some outside person who's like trashing on a fandom or something. So it's could be like, you know what? I love Dragon Ball. I love this franchise. But guys, like, you do know there's other anime out there that are like better than like everything that Dragon Ball has done since the Cell Saga. You could argue better than anything in Dragon Ball, but I'm not going to say that. Yu Yu Hakusho. Wait. There we go. JoJo. Especially this fight. This whole part. By the way, if you watch JoJo, especially part 3, and you finally get to the most iconic fight and the best final fight in JoJo that I've seen at least so far, you'll notice some very striking similarities, to say the very least, between Jotaro versus Dio and Goku versus Hit from the Universe 6 Tournament of Destroyers. So striking, in fact, that you could almost say that they ripped it off. But I'll let you decide. Yeah, so I'm going to do a video about that, about reading the manga. Right? Come on, let me point to things on camera, damn it. There. All of it. So easy to read these days. And you guys can definitely figure out how to do it. If you catch my drift. If you catch my pirate drift from my sails on the high seas. But yeah, do it. Do it now. What are you waiting for? Come on. Okay, so super chats. I'm not going to skip them. I'm going to do my best to read them. So thank you, Xavier. Here's a heart. Thank you, Bran. I'll read yours first, Bran, because you didn't ask me a question. Thank you so much, Bran, for your super chat. Happy birthday, big dog. I'm not going to do the Titus O'Neil, because I'm not good at doing that. But, okay, you're doing the big dog. I think Roman Reigns was a big dog at one point, so hold on. Let me do this real quick. YouTube, Laughingstock Media, audience, acknowledge me. Ooh, So there's my big dog, Roman Reigns. All I do is Vince promo, Suffering Succotash. They really did not help him with the promos like that they were writing back then. Thank God that they got Paul Heyman in there to help. So Xavier, also maybe I should show people super chats. I forgot I was doing that like a while ago. Oh, I gotta love how I do things here, right? It's always very professional on my game. Let me show everyone this just real quick. Oh. Wait for it. All right. Everybody, so far, thank you all so much. Extremely generous stream here tonight. I really appreciate it, guys. I'm always surprised by your generosity because I never even know if I'm going to get any super chats. So the fact that I get not only any super chats, but then like very generous ones like your guys, I'm blown away by that. It's very nice of you all. Very kind, and other adjectives and descriptors that I'm incapable of saying right now. So thank you so much. It's a fun birthday celebration tonight. Let's see. Xavier de God. Here we go. Do you really believe Battle of God Super Saiyan Goku anime or movie and anime would be more powerful than Super Saiyan 3 Vegito and Gogeta at the time? Did I do a video about this yet? Because if not, I'll do a video about it at some point. I feel like that would probably be clickable. It's YouTube, you gotta do that, right? Do I think that they would be stronger? Yeah. Do I think God Goku is stronger in Battle of Gods than a hypothetical fusion of Goku and Vegeta at the time without the God Ritual and God Ki? Yeah. Because I have a perfectly valid explanation here. The Super Saiyan God multiplier is not as high in the future afterward. When Goku became Super Saiyan God the first time, his power was immensely multiplied to where he actually became stronger than a fusion, depending upon the version, his base form, as a Super Saiyan, so on. I'm going to do a video too, probably before this. should probably write this down, but whatever. Where I'm going to talk about how like the Super Saiyan multiplier might have changed over time and transformations in general, because the fact that, you know, a lot of times you could look at what we're seeing in the anime and stuff and kind of wonder, when Goku becomes a Super Saiyan here, is he really 50 times stronger than his base? Is he really like 100 times or hundreds of times or thousands and so on and so forth? Or is it more that like initially that's like the multiplier, and then moving forward it isn't quite that way anymore? And that would explain certain things with like, especially in Super, like the characters able to keep up, like future Trunks, for example. Like it makes, like, are we gonna believe that Trunks just training on his own off screen? I mean, this happens in every arc of Super, especially afterward, but are we gonna believe that Trunks training off screen after the he somehow got strong enough to like barely defeat Deborah, and he had to turn Super Saiyan 2 to do it, to like fighting against Super Saiyan 2 or Super Saiyan 3 Goku with an equal amount of power in his Super Saiyan 2 in the manga, and being arguably stronger than Goku's Super Saiyan 2 in the anime, based upon the very brief exchange he has with Super Saiyan 3 Goku, where he actually goes all out when Goku goes Super Saiyan 3. And then everything we see afterward when he's fighting against Goku Black and stuff. So it's like, are we really going to believe that Trunks got like that much stronger, or, you know, like things like that? So you can make arguments in the original canon and then Super's continuity and stuff. In terms of like with the original God transformation, I think that Goku got like a gigantic power up, but then he absorbed God into his base, and Super Saiyan in the anime, like he regresses back as a Super Saiyan. He's the same level. So in the anime, maybe you could make the argument that he's like, in his base is 2% of the Super Saiyan God's full power, if the 50 times multiplier, even whatever you want to say the mastered multiplier is, which I don't really believe is a higher multiplier. I think that that's like a misinterpretation nowadays, or like based upon guides with dubious canonicity, and, you know, we have to go by like what Toriyama actually wrote and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that afterward, when Goku would become a Super Saiyan God, maybe it's a little stronger than his Super Saiyan 3. But it's less about like, you know, like Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, like they're stronger than his regular Super Saiyan forms, right? Even though in the Tournament to Power, they're like, he's faster now. Like they don't even say he's way stronger as a Super Saiyan God. But, you know, like I don't think it's the same multiplier ever again. I think the initial tapping in, absorbing the power, gave him a huge boost. But then afterward, like when he's a Super Saiyan, he's stronger than the fusions would have been beforehand. But then if he fuses afterward, then he would be stronger than Super Saiyan God. Just like how Gogeta in the Broly movie was stronger than Jiren and Ultra Instinct Goku at the end of the Tournament of Power. And so is Broly. Because, you know, fusion would be a higher multiplier than those forms, especially when you stack the forms on top of the fusion. But the initial power up of God was way more impressive than the multipliers afterward, which I think makes sense in universe. Even Super Saiyan Blue, I don't think is 50 times stronger than Super Saiyan God. Like I did a video with Herms about that, and it could be maybe 10 times, like based upon the manga. And back then, the manga and the anime, even though they were diverging, were still following relatively similar bullet points and stuff. Gargoyles is great. I agree with that. I don't think it's peak fiction, but I do think it's great. Full Metal Alchemist could be peak fiction, but delivered in the wrong media, says Bran. I think it's great. Peak fiction, though, again, it would like peak fiction needs to be like a gigantic like inspiration on fiction as well. Like it needs to not only be amazing, in terms of quality, but it has to like echo outward in a massively substantial way, like Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or Dune. You know, not as much as those two because of the lack of good crossover into live action until recently, but or at least popular. But like things like that, like even if you want to count like mythologies as fiction, right? Like that's like a whole argument. But you know, it has to be like hugely influential. And it's really hard to say anything being made now is truly peak fiction because we have to see like the historical record. But yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho is peak fiction. Thank you all so much for the birthday wishes again. Let's see. Cemetery Hill. You should just change your name to Cemetery Gates. But no. My personal top manga are Claymore by Norihiro Yagi. I haven't read that or seen the anime, but I've heard of it. Berserk by Kentaro Miura. Yeah, Berserk is great. I love the 97, I think, version of it. Battle Angel Alita by Yukito Kishiro. I never read it or saw the anime. I think there was an anime movie, but I never read it or saw that. But I did see the movie. I thought it was all right. I thought maybe it was a little overrated, to use the term that I'm not like, I don't know. Either way, like I liked the movie, but the over reliance on CGI for me, didn't make it as enjoyable. It's like, it's pretty good, but not my favorite Robert Rodriguez movie. That's Desperado. Love that movie, actually. Or at least I did when I used to watch it when I was like a teenager. I especially loved Salma Hayek in that movie too. But let's see. Vinland Saga by Makoto Yukimura. Is she related to Keiko? Yeah, it's great. I haven't read the manga, so I'm not past where the anime is, but I'm looking forward to seeing more of the anime. Maybe I'll read the manga at some point. Kingdom by Hasorisa Ha and Ubelblatt by Barato. I've never heard of those two. Maybe I've heard of Kingdom, but I mean, it's such a generic name. I don't know. It's a name that I might have heard of, but I don't know. I definitely haven't heard of Ubelblatt. I'm guessing it's not about Ubel from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. The OG fight scene between Jotaro and Dio is better. I mean, OG fight scene? Are you referring to the I'm guessing you're comparing it to the hit one, which yeah, I definitely agree. But if you're comparing it to like the OVAs or the manga, I haven't seen the OVAs. I've only seen like clips of them. I think I might have them though, but I haven't seen them. I want to see that movie, the Phantom Blood movie, but it never got released except for in theaters. It sucks because it looked like it could be cool, even though they cut out really important characters like Speedwagon, which it's like, how can you cut out Speedwagon? Like, how can you explain, like, would the Speedwagon Foundation not exist afterward? Or would they just randomly have a foundation that the JoJo's work for or align with called the Speedwagon Foundation, but with no, like, maybe they would just reference that Jonathan knew somebody who founded it named Speedwagon, but it would be weird. Among other things, like Strizo, I don't think is in it, but like Strizo is important to the lineage of JoJo because what happens with Joseph, my favorite JoJo. Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh no! Yeah. I think what you're going to say next is, yeah, he's awesome. Another reason I love part 3, because they have the multiple generations of JoJo crossing over to fight their family enemy. That's a great one. I mean, they have similar things with like part 4 and part 6, but I still prefer the second half of part 3 to both of those. Part 4 I like, but it just takes way too long to get going, and to the actual plot, which for me is like a big. Here's another great anime, by the way, Mob Psycho 100, one of my modern favorites, created by the same creator, One, who made One Punch Man. But personally, I think that Mob Psycho 100 is better than One Punch Man. But either way, what was I gonna say? So either way, I think that JoJo, one of its biggest weaknesses for me, which might be its biggest strength for a lot of people, and one of the reasons why Araki likes to make it, is the kind of sandbox nature of it, or the more of like the episodic, less focused sections of the series. Like when it just goes from like random fight to random fight that are very loosely connected to the plot, just so they could show off like more stands and more wacky characters. It's like I don't really care. Like there are parts of Stardust Crusaders I don't lose anything by skipping. Like I think it's worth watching the whole thing. There's definitely some interesting things, but like there are definitely fights and episodes and stuff that don't really matter. Like it's like the Odyssey, it's like it's about the journey to the destination, but when you get to the destination, it's the best part. When they finally get to Egypt, that's the best part of the show for me, of part 3. I mean, I love the start too, though, like the setup. Like really, when I first got into JoJo, even my sister watched JoJo with me at one point. When Jotaro is in that prison, and then like the stands appear with Avdol and Magician's Red, and like that's awesome. I love it. They kind of did Avdol dirty, though, I'll be honest. Like I was disappointed with his conclusion, and then also I was disappointed with what happens in part 7. I was like, oh hey, it's that. Oh, never mind. Hey, it was a reference. I don't quite get the timeline placement here with this reference, but I'm not gonna ruin the show for anyone. Also, Outlaw Star, great one, and I have the collector's Blu-ray set right here. I do think I enjoyed it more when I was a kid, but overall I do like Outlaw Star. Again, it's I like series that are more like plot focused, right? Like when series kind of start to diverge more and more from the overall plot, and they start to just kind of like have random happenstance occurring, then they start to get less compelling for me. Like the more focused around whatever the point is of the season, or whatever like the plot is of the story part or whatever, the more I'll enjoy it. Like Vinland Saga Season 2, I enjoyed for the most part the whole way through. I do think the pacing was probably the weakest part. And like there are things that like are weird that they left out. Like one massive scene that should have been included with Leif Erikson and Thorfinn, which I'm not gonna get into it, because I do think people should watch it and read it. I don't know if in the manga they showed this scene, but it's like all this build up and you don't show that, like of all scenes. And then like the transition involving the master of the farm from like this one version of his portrayal to another one is like so abrupt after a whole slow burn season. It's like, wow, this ending is like almost rushed by comparison to the rest of the season. And there are parts during it where it's like, okay, let's progress a little bit more. Let's get to a little bit more of the plot, even though I get that the point is more about character development, which I'm fine with. But again, it's like, okay, can we get back to the king? Like, can we get back to this? Can we have these like a little bit more connected instead of like, you know, over here and over here and like, you know, yeah. So things like that. Like I want a story that's more focused plot, unless the story isn't supposed to have a focused plot, and then, you know, have it more focused around the things that are substantial in that regard. Like don't just have random BS happen for like 2 episodes that barely impacts anything and makes me feel like, why am I watching these episodes other than, I guess, fun, cool things are happening, but they have no weight or impact to me, so I have no problem skipping them because they don't, it's like filler. It doesn't actually matter on the overall greater narrative of what's happening. Sometimes filler is fun. You can watch and enjoy. These are my favorite episodes for some people. But for me, it's like, I mean, did episodes 2 and 3 have any massive ramifications or connective tissue between episodes 1 and 4, right? Do they ever come back in a way later in the story where it's like, oh, now it makes sense that we had that thing that happened for seemingly no reason happen because, oh, it carries over. If it doesn't ever, then who cares? Like, I don't, is kind of the idea. Like, I'll get bored because I feel like my time isn't amounting to anything there. So that's my biggest problem with JoJo as a series. I'm fine with all the weirdness, the wackiness, the weird poses, like the some of the character designs and the outfits they're wearing, you know, like you can say it's happy all you want, let's say that word. And you know, like I don't care. Like I really love parts of it, or at least a lot of it, and I love what Araki's doing, and a lot of it. It's just so interesting and unique that it's like fun. You know, it's like, this is a lot of fun. This is great. But then it's like, what was the point in these 3 episodes? Like, what was the point of this fight? Like, what was the point of like anything here other than like, this is that Araki just thought it would be cool to have stands that are like this and characters that are quirky and do this. I guess this is a thing, but does it matter? No. So, you know, it's like, okay, well, that's fun, but I'll skip those episodes in the future because I don't care. Or like when I'm watching them, it's like, I guess this is cool. Plot, please. Development, please. Something, please. That grabs me. You know? Do I like Team 4-Star? Do you mean Dragon Ball Abridged or Team 4-Star themselves? I don't know anyone from Team 4-Star. I met Masako years ago at Kamehacon. He seemed like a nice guy. I think that's the only person from Team 4-Star I've ever met, as far as I know. Maybe I've met some other people. I don't know. Do I like them? Like, I don't know them, so I don't know if I can say if I like somebody that I don't really know, right? Do I like Dragon Ball Bridge? I've answered that question in my last video. Not really a fan. Like, I tried it. Like most things that people recommend to me and that are like really popular, I try them for like the curiosity of it and like, you know, okay, well, maybe if I keep trying it, I'll like it. But then if I don't, it's like, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to keep watching a 1,000 episode series that I don't like the first 100 episodes of it, or it doesn't grab me, or am I going to watch other series that are way shorter than the amount of episodes I just spent trying to like and enjoy a popular show that everyone keeps saying, keep watching it, it gets better, that themselves are all shorter than those episodes, with much better pacing, that establish all the characters way faster, that like have the world building all within that time frame, that have multiple arcs during that time, but whatever. That's why I don't make One Piece content. That's why I don't, do this or do that or talk about a lot of these things. It's like there's no winning really with some of these discussions anyway, right? Like there's no reviewing or talking about One Piece for anyone who doesn't put in an exorbitant amount of time and getting into it for the fan base. And even then they'll still tell you to watch the whole series and you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, okay, maybe I don't, because I didn't watch 1,000 episodes of a show that I don't love. And I don't want to spend that time in my life that could like end tomorrow crossing the street to like, when I go and walk in the street so I can grab my mail out of my mailbox, I get hit by a truck, I have to watch 500 more episodes of this series with several story arcs before I could finally tell you if I like it or not. Meanwhile, I could tell you in 6 episodes or at least one arc of a show if I like it or not, like for any other series. But, it doesn't matter. That's the ultimate defensive and insulation tactic for a series. Maybe you could say it's brilliant from that perspective. They made a show so long that takes so long for anything supposedly great to happen in it that like it's impossible to judge the series. And so the fans will always be like, well, you didn't watch enough of it. You have to watch more. Because like, any reasonable person will watch a series, and if they get like 30 episodes into it, they'll be like, I don't like this show, and I think it's boring, or I don't enjoy, the pacing, or I don't like this and this and this. And it'll be like rational for them to do so, because most anime are like 26, 28 episodes anyway. Most seasons, especially now, are like 12 episodes. Most shows are like a season or like 11 to 13 episodes, like an hour long. So like, like equate that to like, I don't know, 24 to 36 episodes of One Piece. And it's like, how much did Yu Yu Hakusho do in this time? How much did Hunter x Hunter do? How much did Dragon Ball? How much did this series, or this series, or this series, or this series, or this series? But in One Piece, you can watch 100 episodes. It's like, okay, that's like 2 episodes. So it's like it's the ultimate defense maneuver, the One Piece defense. It's like the Chewbacca defense. This is Chewbacca, and he lives on the planet Kashyyyk, he's from the planet Kashyyyk, but he lives on Endor. But why is this 7'2" giant monster living with a bunch of teddy bears? It doesn't make sense. Look at the monkey. Look at the monkey. And the guy in the jury's head explodes. It's like the ultimate defense, because there's, it's like, did you watch the whole series? Well, no. Why would I watch it? Well, then you can't judge it, right? Did you watch 1,000 episodes? Which there's way more than that now, probably. No. Well, okay. How do you know that the series doesn't get like peak fiction by episode 742.5? I don't, because like, why would I watch 742 episodes of a show I don't even like in order to like tell you I don't like? Well, then you can't judge it. Did you even watch the first 400 episodes? No. I mean, why would I watch over 100 episodes of a show I'm not into? Well, then you can't judge it. I think One Piece is great from the first 5 seconds of the show. The Toei intro of like the water smashing against the rocks while like Toei's like symbol is in the background. That's like peak fiction. It's the best thing ever from the start. But it gets to be even the bestest thing ever by episode 532.3 3.149573. Yeah. So good luck making a video criticizing One Piece is my point. And having the One Piece fans not basically just reiterate the same thing I just said facetiously, but seriously. Look at this. Justice League. Now this is like top tier animated series. The entire Timverse, from Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, Batman Beyond, Static Shock, the Zeta Project, Justice League Unlimited, movies, are all less than half of the length of One Piece. That is 7 shows or more, because I might be forgetting certain things. All of them are good to great to peak animation. Maybe not like actual, like, animation itself, like, Sakuga or whatever, but like peak Western animation at the very least. Do I have to watch that 3 times to be like, now I can well, according to Stanley Kubrick, yes. But but it's like seven shows in that time. That's like half of One Piece that I could judge every single show within the first season. It only takes me how many episodes to say that Batman is a masterpiece that's better than One Piece? Like, that in the amount of episodes that it takes to accomplish what it does, that like is peak animation. Like Batman is peak fiction in terms of like animation. Batman's better than every anime except for like maybe a few. Like the Batman the Animated Series. It's a fucking masterpiece. It's a 12 out of 10. It like defined animation in the West and like comic books, and like it like massively changed one of the most successful popular franchises ever that had been around for 60 years at that point. One of the most popular characters in the history of the world that was created in the 1930s, and it like redefined him and his character and his villains, and like made the most iconic versions and introduced some of the most iconic characters in the mythos, and like that they make movies out of that make hundreds of millions of dollars sometimes, or else they horribly bomb. And, they can't get those movies right. But like the entire series of Batman, the animated series, and then every other spin-off series that's like incorporated into the single cinematic universe is less than half of One Piece. But I can't judge One Piece until I watch 794 episodes, until, of course, they add 300 more episodes to the supposed ending of the series. At which point, then, I won't be able to judge it until I watch 1,452. Yeah. But it's great, right? Best anime ever. Great pacing. And they're literally making a new version of One Piece while One Piece is still airing. Tell me a series isn't too long without telling me it isn't too long, or whatever, however that goes. Okay, let's go back to all the questions or whatever I missed in the meantime. Let's show you guys on stream so you guys know I'm actually reading your chats, by the way. All fantastic fiction that are a tier above most shonen and more peers to Hunter x Hunter and Yu Yu Hakusho in terms of quality. Yeah, I prefer Yu Yu Hakusho. I did a video with Golden Scouter on my channel where we broke down which one. I did the Roman Reigns howl, so I don't know if that was before I said that or not. I don't have the timestamps enabled. I don't know if I should do that or not. Whatever. Yeah, so Ghost in the Shell is fantastic. I have the movies along with Standalone Complex, Second Gig, and the Big Fat Manga hardcover that released last year. I don't have that. I didn't know that came out. Thank you, Black Pixel. May your beard remain immaculate. Thank you. I made sure to try and make it look nicer today for the stream. If you already discussed Monster Carrot, Toninjinka, but can he really beat Universe with the... I mean, it's debatable. It's like Chouts. The thing is, like, one of the things that Toriyama did that's really subtle that most people don't even realize, because I don't know if they even mention in the anime, at least in the English dub, is that like Toriyama has like Chaozu try and use his powers on Nappa when he's powering up in the Saiyan Saga, and he's like, Tien, my powers aren't working. So I think that was a subtle way of Toriyama telling the audience that like the powers from the past don't work anymore and they don't matter. And now it's like the new definition of power that the Saiyans are exhibiting in like the new characters and the science fiction-y power direction, power levels are now a tier above and blah, blah, blah. You know, by having Chaozu kind of be the guide for that, let's say, with his powers not doing anything to Nappa. Even blowing himself up did nothing, you know. But yeah, so there could be power limits. It could be they pull an Aizen type of BS where it's like, oh, well, by the way, your ability to kill somebody if you tap them 3 times, Soifan, it doesn't work against me because my power level is higher than yours. And all battles are about like who's Riitsu is stronger. Great job, Kubo. Great writing. Let's take an interesting power system and like ruin it because power levels. You learned all the best lessons from Toriyama, didn't you? Yeah, and Mob Psycho's great. What was Mike's answer to Android 19 or 20 could absorb them? Maybe. That was the answer. I don't know. It's possible. Trigun Blu-ray. I said this years ago. I'd love to see a Trigun Blu-ray. But it's probably not going to happen as far as I know because the fact that it was a bomb in Japan and big in West. But they're doing like Trigun Bad, whatever it is, like the... and they had Badlands Rumble that was on Blu-ray, but like they're doing like the reboot, which I haven't seen, and I don't know if it's going to be any good. Yeah, Vinland Saga is interesting because it's not like an action series. It has a lot of action in it, but it's more about like the characters, the development, you know, things like that. Has jumping a character in Dragon Ball ever worked? Jiren, maybe? I mean, they had to weaken him first. Like, they had to have one character, Goku, get a super power-up, of course, and then beat the crap out of him. Mm-hmm. And then they were able to jump him. The power scaling, that still doesn't make any sense, because Jiren just got over his power problems, but base Goku's helping to hold him back, and he's like flickering in that Super Saiyan. So did he actually get over his power problems, or is he still tired? Like, what's happening? Why did Frieza fall out of his golden? Even though they established that even though Frieza's like knocked unconscious, he's still in golden. Because he's like mastered it to like not use stamina anymore, basically, which they established when he fought Goku. But I guess it does now. How is 17 so powerful, but he couldn't defeat Toppo? Like 17's literally swapping hands with Jiren after he powers up more than ever. He literally is fighting alongside Blue Evolution Vegeta, who beat Toppo, and you know, Kaioken times 20 Goku, who's stronger than ever at this point in the tournament. He hasn't gotten weaker; he's gotten stronger. That's what they keep saying over and over. And he recovers stamina while fighting now, because that's a thing he could do instead of eating food to regain stamina, or sleeping, or resting. But Jiren punches 17 with punches meant for Vegeta, and he doesn't explode. 17 doesn't explode, but he couldn't beat Toppo before. Okay. Mike gets hit by milk trucks. Yeah, just like Goku. That's how he lost that tournament against Tien. Tien had more of the plot on his side. one of the very few times that Goku lost because of plot armor not in his favor, like against Cell. One Piece is cost-sunk fallacy series. Absolutely, I agree with that. At some point, they have invested so much time, they kind of feel like they have to finish it or it's too much wasted time. Yeah, I mean, that's a reason why I and other people I know don't finish watching One Piece. Because it's like, am I going to sink 1,000+ episodes of time into this show? Like, I'm going to die eventually. Like, I don't have a whole life to live to watch this show. Like, until they get the ability to download things into my brain like the Matrix, I'm not doing this. And at that point, I could just download every book ever. I can learn every language in an instant. Like, I know Kung Fu. You know? Maybe One Piece will be on the list so I don't have to spend all those hours doing it. You know? I don't really like to watch shows in 2x speed. I know a lot of people love to watch my videos in 2x speed. Some of you are probably in the future watching this stream in 2x speed because it's like, well, I'm going to watch this live stream that Mike did 3 years ago. But I don't want to spend all this time, 3+ hours doing it, which I didn't expect to stream this long. This is me. You know, I always talk way longer than I expect in every single video and thing I ever do. But hey, I figure I might as well get to midnight where I live. That way it'll officially be my birthday, and then I can go, I don't know, play Pokemon or something. So that gives you guys 15 minutes. Any other major questions you want to ask me or something like that? Maybe I'll go a few more minutes after that. And then, you know, I'm going to hit the road, Jack, and then I'll come back some more. I'm sorry, Ray Charles. I'm sure you didn't see that coming. Because you're dead. Yu Hakusho, perfect example, how you get invested from episode 1. Yeah. Well, yeah, from episode 1. But I will say with Yu Hakusho, a lot of people I know do not. They kind of fall out of it in the first 5 episodes. And it sucks because it's amazing. It's like one of the best anime ever. But yeah, like a lot of people, they don't like the episodes of like the Shinigami looking over Yusuke and Keiko's relationship, or they don't like a lot of the character development stuff. And so they just are like, I'm bored. Why do I care? Why am I watching the show? Why can't I just watch people punch things and explosions happen like in Dragon Ball Z? You know, which it happens. You just have to wait past the 4th episode. You know, like when Yusuke comes back, spoilers, the main character who dies in the 1st episode comes back to life. You know, when he comes back to life, I'm not going to say anymore. When he comes back to life, things happen. Things tend to happen when Yusuke comes back to life. So... you people who've seen it know exactly what I'm talking about. But either way, sometimes things happen in extremely anticlimactic fashion when he comes back to life. But when after that point, perfect for a while until Chapter Black. But you know, it's great, masterful. Even some of Chapter Black, and the last arc, which is very underrated. But some Chapter Black, I'm like, why doesn't Yusuke remember that he has the shotgun? Yusuke, my name is Sensui, and I can use a power just like your spirit gun where I shoot a bunch of them at the same time. Yusuke, wow, what an amazing ability. If only I had something like that. If only, yeah. If only Genkai taught you an ability like in this, 6 episodes in, something like that, where you could do literally that same thing and you kept doing it like the whole series up until Chapter Black and then you forgot it existed. Remember all those people, like all the demons you like killed and like made jokes when you were doing it? And now you don't want to kill this one guy because he's a human, I guess, even though you had no problem with killing literally anyone in your path, including humans before this point? Okay, let's go with that. Well, it's, oh, Yusuke is like so strong, he's holding back for a lot of this arc. That's a lot of tension. But yeah, it's still great. It's still amazing. Oh, did I skip things? Hopefully not. Harley Quinn is overplayed and overused, kind of killed the character, putting her in everything. Yeah, I mean, I don't like current Harley Quinn. She was way better in the show. She was like way more dynamic. They ruined her, yeah. Like, they introduced her in the show. She was great. She was a doctor who worked at Arkham. She fell in love with the Joker. He manipulated her. But there was clearly something more there than a lot of times they make it out to be. He still was like a psycho who tried to kill her, but like, he did have some feelings for her and stuff. And, in Batman Beyond, they implied that they might have had children. Maybe that the grandchildren were actually like descended from the Joker. It's up in the air. And then even the Arkham series, there's like stuff like that. So rev up your Harley, like she says in the animated series. But like, yeah, they turned her into like strong, independent woman who don't need no man, the character, basically. And it's like, is this really a good spokesperson? Like a psycho who like does all these horrible things? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so many issues with DC beyond even like that stuff. It's really just the poor writing and the characterization stuff. But that's oftentimes like what ends up being like the forefront of like every discussion is like the political aspect. I didn't see what DBZ Collector said, so I don't know if he asked me a question about collecting DBZ. Nappa was way stronger than Chiaotzu. Yeah, well, that's kind of the point I was making, though. Like, it seemed like at that point, pure power was more like transcending techniques, like in Bleach, like the example I used with Aizen. Yeah, I mean, with me, like Hunter x Hunter, for example, I didn't see that series until it was over, at least a few years over. Used to enjoy Super. I wish they didn't rely on transformations as much, use more martial arts and did some more exploring. Yeah, I mean, I've done videos about that for sure. Have I seen One Punch Man Season 3 trailer? No, I haven't, Eno. I'll watch it. Like, I watched Season 2. It was definitely a step down in terms of, like, some elements. I like the development, but the thing for I'll full screen this. And then I see I got a super chat. Thank you so much. I'll get right to it. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure I answer this adequately. So my problem with One Punch Man is that it just, for me, it just gets played out pretty quickly. I don't really like it as much after the first season. Like, I don't like it as much after the early parts because eventually for me, it's like, it like ran its course in terms of like the joke. Like, I get it. Saitama's the most powerful. He beats everyone easily for the most part. Like, okay. The other characters, they'll jump in, they'll do things, they'll try and help. They're the ones who are the tension, but then Saitama will just show up and win with one punch. Or, like, he'll win. He'll put it slightly more effort in, but, it's like, I don't care. Like, I'm not like an anime fan who's, like, power fixated, so like it's like Saitama's the strongest, he could beat anyone, this is cool. It's for me, it's like I don't care. Like, Saitama's strong, he could beat characters. It's his character, is his power is like he's the strongest, he wins easily, but I don't care. It's like boring for me eventually. Like, it's like, okay, I get it, like that's the point. He's bored because he wants a challenge, but he never gets one. The other characters are the ones that get developed, but then Saitama's the one who shows up and wins, or like, it's like, oh, Boros is going to get new forms. He's going to do this and he's going to do that. And he's going to go and fight Saitama. He wants to fight him, but then he's going to lose because it's Saitama. So it's like, who cares? The whole show, it's like watching WWE's main event with Roman Reigns as the champion. Like, oh, Roman won at WrestleMania. I guess we get a whole year of Roman winning and cheating to win, but it's like, instead it's like Saitama is the top face who beats everyone because he's super strong and he just wins. You know, it's like I don't care. I'm bored. You know, like I wish that wasn't the case, but it's, yeah, like that's the thing I felt watching season 2. I'm like, okay, the animation isn't as good and stuff, but like the main problem for me is that I'm bored watching it because I get the show, I guess. Like it's repetitive in that sense. It's like, okay, like for Mob Psycho 100, it's way more compelling because not only can Mob lose, but also like he's fighting his powers the whole time. Like his power, his emotions, his mental state, those are all like his biggest obstacles, especially in the final season. Like that's literally his biggest obstacle. And, you know, like he's not always the one who wins. Like he helps them win, like Reagan. He gave Reagan his powers to fight. And like, that's awesome to watch, you know, what happens in that final fight. Cause it's like, Saitama gives him his powers, so like, or not Saitama, Mob gives him his powers, so like he's helping him. He's like the reason he could do these things, but it's still another character doing them. It's still more interesting than just watching Mob show up and beat everyone because he's so powerful, you know? And that's one of the biggest problems also with like, you know, a lot of late stage Dragon Ball as well, or a lot of like what people want Dragon Ball to be, like, you know, Goku shows up stronger and he wins. You know, it's like if it fits well within the narrative and like it's compelling, it's built up, but you know, then they did that with Vegeta in the Moro arc where it was built up and like he was put into that position and everything. And then they were like, nope, it's Vegeta, so he's not going to. Instead, he'll just power up the villain so Goku can beat him, which is a giant FU to the audience. Because it's like Brand Sanderson said in his writing course, you build up a promise with the audience, but then the promise doesn't get delivered, and the unpromised resolution isn't as interesting or compelling. It's just like anger inducing, which is why I hate the end of the Moro arc, and I don't care if it ever gets adapted. Because it's like, okay, I want to see the Moro arc, not Dragon Ball Daima. Well, I know what happens in the Moro arc. They're not going to change the ending. They didn't do that with Future Trunks in the manga, which I hoped they would. Or the Tournament of Power, like changing things in there. They just are going to do a slightly different adaptation, if that. And so it's like, okay, so we're going to build up Vegeta an entire arc and then have him lose and have Goku win, even though Goku lost already before Vegeta, and he lost several times before that anyway. Because the character's power is so incredible that having another power to defeat him works better in the narrative rather than Goku just getting stronger and then absorbing the power of his friends and then punching him in a gem. And he gets so much power he can't take it anymore, which is like, we saw this with Byakko and Yu Yu Hakusho, and we saw this with Yakan. Like, are you really doing this now with a main villain? Like your solution to beat the guy who absorbs everyone's power is he absorbed too much power. And of course, it's the power of Mary Sue, the guy who just so happens to like know everything and can do everything and is an angel on top of everything else, and also like trains Goku in his own time chamber he just so happens to have in a very short time period. To train him even better than Whis ever did, his older brother, who actually is like established in the story and is like the God of Destruction's master and like who has way more narrative impetus to do all these things. And yet they just introduced some random angel character in this arc who just feels like a self-insert for Toyotaro, basically, that does all these things instead. And his name is literally Maris, like Mary Sue. I mean, I know, if angels actually do have real genders, then it would be a Gary Stu, but still, like, Miris, but no, it's Meris, Meris. That's how it would be pronounced in Japanese. So, I wish those chapter reviews where I was just like spoofing and trashing it, like during those did way better. Like I had so many funny jokes in those. That's when I started doing my for the most part, my manga coloration too. And I thought those were some great thumbnails. Like my favorite, some like ridiculous, wacky titles. I'm going to read your super chat in a second. You know me. I get off on these tangents. My favorite titles were like Super Perfect Moro versus Mary Sue. Or the one where Maris like gets erased, or he ceases to exist. And I did Mr. Goku, I don't feel so well, and I like spoofed Spider-Man getting snapped. It was really funny. But yeah, I don't care if the Moro arc gets adapted, because I hate the ending, and I think they ruined the whole arc with it. Kind of like the Future Trunks arc. Although really everything after they go to the future is bad. So thank you so much, Billy Blackman. Are you related to Steve Blackman? He had an awesome entrance theme. And it's officially now where I live. Wait for it. Of course it's upside down. My birthday. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So thank you so much for your super chat, Billy. I appreciate it. Very, very generous. So many of you generous today. True Sinister, Xavier, Tarantulal, Bran, Quaan, huh? But I'm finished. Brent, Shell, Mika or Micah. I don't know if you ever corrected me on your name. AP. Thank you all so much for everything. Hopefully I mentioned everyone. My contacts are like almost totally dried out at this point. Thoughts on Avatar: Last Airbender cartoon? It's great. I'll show you right now. My GameCube controller. That's great. I have it on Blu-ray. I have it sealed in the package because I have, I think it's on Netflix or something. Even though I'm a big, a big, like, home video person. I'm a big guy for you. Bring back a stupid meme. I'm a big, like, physical media person. So I have like a big movie collection. I have my game consoles. I prefer to have games like the physical ones. So like I have a lot of like I think most of my Switch games are like digital at this point. But I try to get as much as I can physically, because not only in that case does everything look better, because like with a show or a movie or something, if you stream it on Netflix or something, it's never going to look as good. Because the fact that, how the infrastructure works and streaming with internet and like how they compress everything. Like if you watch the same movie on regular Blu-ray that you'd watch a 4K thing on Netflix, chances are, aside from the DVR or the HDR, it's actually going to be higher quality image on like a regular Blu-ray. Even me streaming in 4K right now, it's probably nowhere near as good quality if like this was like either the recording afterward or whatever. But yeah, also they can't take it from you, right? Like unless they come to your house and like pull FDR and steal your gold. But like where they with the streaming services, they could take that stuff off streaming anytime. They could take video games out of your library. Sony has done this in the past. Like, they could take these things from you that you have purchased because they're like, well, you actually don't own them. You lease them. Or we own them. You just like rent our service. And they could take stuff off and you don't see it again. They could censor them. Like Disney censored a bunch of movies on Disney Plus, and like, they could change things fundamentally, and well, that's what you're stuck with. So yeah, for me, I'm a big fan of physical media, and Avatar: Last Airbender, great series, and that's why I bought it. Not a huge fan of Korra. I watched the first season. I liked it when it first came out, but then I never saw the subsequent ones. And when I went back and rewatched Korra last year. I didn't even finish it because I didn't enjoy it as much. After I had just finished watching Avatar: The Last Airbender as well. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch Korra. And then I'm watching, I'm like, I don't like Korra that much. And I don't really enjoy the story as much. I don't like the time skip and the new Avatar. I don't like how she already has every element immediately except for like one, and there are better avatars they could have told the story about if they're gonna like do them, or there's just like a lot of things like other channels have gone into. Like, for example, the Mary Sue joke I made about Maris, I actually I was inspired to do it by ER, another channel who like did a whole series about Korra that's funny but also good observations about the series. But yeah, so I really like the first Avatar. It has a lot of the things going for it that I like in terms of like a dynamic power system, character development, all that stuff. And yeah, I hope Daimon's good. I used to be a fan of The Walking Dead up until that episode where the governor kills everyone like on his team, and I was like, this is how you end the series or the season. And I kept watching it, and I just didn't like how that story ended. I didn't like the direction they went in, where everything was just kind of like, I don't know. I just, I think I stopped watching around season 5. I remember like it was sometime around the episode where that Jesus character showed up. And I was watching Fear the Walking Dead. And I remember there was the episode where like the sun just like wanders around the wilderness for a whole episode. I'm like, this is a waste of my time. I stopped watching. Yeah, she was best friends with Ivy, not partners. Well, we all know why they did that. Hey, another synchronicity. Two Trigons side to side, and it's all random. If you haven't seen Trigun, maybe you should ignore the one on the right, actually. Soifan was an interesting character. Her crush on the best girl from Bleach was a little weird, but I mean, who didn't have a crush on Yoruichi, right? In that series, Ichigo was a moron, but hey, that's his character basically, right? Oh, you want to be with Orihime? Really? Remember when they were trying to set up Orihime to be like helpful? And like, I'm going to get rid of the Hogyoku with my powers. I'm going to reverse it to where it doesn't exist anymore. Oh wait, we just like dropped that whole storyline because she's just like literally a distraction. Like the whole point of her character is to distract the other characters while the real plot happens. Okay, I guess you could be with Orihime, Ichigo. I mean, there's way better girls out there, but Orihime. Yeah. Anyway, I guess he likes two things about her, but then again, there's also an even better version of Orihime that actually has interesting powers. Whose love interest also died. So Ichigo, she was single. She wasn't going to get with that annoying ice bender. So yeah, Masamoto, obviously. So One Punch Man, can it get any bigger than Lord Boros? I mean, that's another thing too. It's like, it's kind of like the Thanos problem in Marvel. They introduced Thanos almost too early in Marvel, in the cinematic universe, and as a result, when you beat Thanos, it feels like it's over. I could understand why. Like in the comics, they had way better ways of like getting around that. They escalate things to ridiculous levels, but like they introduced so many of the other more powerful characters way before Thanos. And so after Thanos, people are like, well, what about Galactus? I mean, Galactus could be like the new main villain of Marvel. It's like, really? Like Galactus? Like Galactus is like powerful, but he can't like literally like he needs like special items to destroy the universe. Like he doesn't, he's not like a threat like Thanos. You know, he's not like an existential threat to existence. You know, he could be, but that's not his character. It would be like going to Magneto after Thanos. Like, you know, you have to do something to make the stakes work relative to what you have. That's why I think Civil War would have been better after Infinity War and Endgame. I think that Endgame should have just been Infinity Gauntlet, in that it would have been way better as a story if they did that instead of the whole time travel nonsense that they did. And just had all the heroes and villains left over during the snap. Like, you know, maybe they could have like a whole arc in the aftermath, the desolation of the snap, the decimation or whatever they call it in MCU, instead of just like doing a 5-year time skip for no reason after they kill Thanos in the first 15 minutes of the freaking movie, and then they fight another one that's completely unrelated to the story up until then. Well, not completely, but you know, there's a lot of things that they messed up with the execution carry through and the follow through of Infinity War. Like, imagine like Red Skull comes back, but instead, you know, after Vormir, but instead of just like being a random cameo, he teams up with Captain America to fight against Thanos. Like, imagine during those 5 years, they introduced other characters that from other planets that like felt the effects of the snap. They could bring in Galactus during those 5 years and be like, my herald was destroyed by the snap by Thanos, and now I need a new one. Silver Surfer, it is you. And, you know, like, there's so many things they could have done, but they did it wrong. Also, like Spider-Man. Why would you snap away Spider-Man? Like, 5 years of development wasted, because let's keep him a teenager in high school, which I hate. Like, I never cared about high school Spider-Man. I've loved Spider-Man my whole life. My favorite one was always college and adult Spider-Man. High school, I don't care. Like, oh, let's have every single one in his class get snapped away at the same time so that the next movie he could still be in high school. No. Have like some of the older Avengers, or like, you know, somebody else get snapped away, and have Spider-Man like have to take over, like have him like have to like step up and like fight during those years and like have massive character development and become an adult and do all these things. But no, they snap him away like after they literally just brought him in and like shoved him into the story where he didn't belong in Civil War, just because they're like, hey, by the way, we have Spider-Man's intellectual property in the MCU now. You know, so much they could have done better in the MCU in retrospect. And even at the time I was saying these things, but you know, it doesn't matter. It's like Super. You know, you point things out when it's happening. It's like, well, years down the line, maybe people will kind of get a similar idea. But I do, for the most part, I will be honest, I do think that before Jonathan Majors became a method actor, they did a decent job of building Kang and Loki in like Loki overall. But I feel like the movies also dropped the ball there, because like the most intimidating Kang was an Ant-Man, and then he lost to Ants and Ant-Man. So yeah, I don't know. It sucks being a comic book fan sometimes. But yeah, like at least they didn't mess up the entire franchise from the start, like with DC's cinematic universe. I still, you know, I like Man of Steel though. But when Warner Brothers stepped in and ruined everything like they always do, with forcing Batman v Superman to happen and then changing the Justice League instead of letting Snyder's version come out, which would have beaten Marvel to the punch with Darkseid before Thanos was like really doing anything on screen, and like would have been better than Endgame, to be honest. Like there were, I hate WB, I really do. Like when you watch all the documentaries about how they ruined so many projects because of their own idiotic like executives, it's so frustrating. Justice League Mortal literally about to shoot, and they cancel it. Right about to shoot the Nicolas Cage Superman movie, they cancel it. Like, it probably wouldn't have been great or anything, but like, just most of the problems with WB or with the movies and stuff are WB's fault, not the creators. They're just horribly run. And DC and a lot of these comic book companies are horribly run too, because they, you know, were taken over, let's say, not by talented people. Yeah, I mean, Goku's never straight up beaten Vegeta in a fight. That's true, Xavier. I mean, he could have, as Super Saiyan 3, knocked Vegeta out in one hit, but he didn't because Toriyama didn't think of it yet. I hope Suryu does become Saitama's disciple, you said. I mean, yeah, but like, as long as Saitama's there, like, I don't... It's like, he's like Beerus, basically, except he's the main character, right? Like, he comes in, he's always stronger than everyone. It's boring. Like, you know, you can only... It's like, again, Mob Psycho does everything right that One Punch Man does wrong. Or at least makes One Punch Man less enjoyable for me. Yeah, the Goku effect, I was holding back the whole time. Now I'm going to go all out. Proceeds to slaughter the opposition. The thing is, at least Toriyama wrote Goku to not be like that. Typically, he wrote the villains to be like that. But then Goku would, like, overcome at the end. It's like an underdog situation with Goku. But it's like the reverse for Saitama. Where it's like, you know, even when he says serious punch, like, he's still not even trying. Like, even Boros was like, you didn't really hit me seriously, did you? It's like he just lazes his way through everything. Thank you so much for the happy birthdays. Did you have any birthday cake? No, I'm going to have it technically today. Maybe. I'm going to go out for... I'm going to have dinner. I'm going to have dinner with my family, but... you know, after that, maybe I'll have cake or something. I'm not like a big... It's weird. I'm not like a big birthday celebrator type of person. This year was like spur of the moment, deciding to have this fun celebration with you guys, where I drank some wine, you know, I hung out and talked and everything. But, you know, like, I'm not like a huge birthday like celebrator, like birthday bash, you know. Like, a lot of people, like, when they turn 30, for example, they have like a huge birthday celebration. But for me, I didn't. Like, you know, it was just like another birthday for me. You know, 40 years ago. No. You know, 3 years from now. Because nobody knows how old I actually am. I've been doing YouTube for 10 years. So, clearly I'm 10 years older than I was when I started. I wasn't a teenager back then. So, gives you a little range in there. I don't really care, to be honest. Like, I just think it'll be funny if I'm like Tom Cruise when I'm in my 50s, where it's like I definitely don't look it. Or even 60s, you know, in 5 years. Okay, guys, I'll tell you the truth. I'm 57. No, I'm kidding. Imagine, though. I was born in the year 1969. No. I was born in the year 19... Jeez, am I too tired to do math right now? I was born 57 years ago. That'd be nice. I do remember at my last job, I remember telling a lot of people how old I was, and they didn't believe me. Like I said, I'm you know, like Aragorn. I got that Ranger Dunedain blood in me. You know, I'm descended from Elros, and also before him, I was descended in part from whoever the Istari is that Aragorn's descended from. Which they never say in Lord of the Rings. They just say in the... As far as I remember, I don't think it's in the appendices. you know, not Manway. I think it was A something. I don't remember. He's elf and he's human and he's also what the hell are they called? Not like Gandalf, the step above. Not the Maiar, the Ainur, the Ainur. I don't know. Talk about a Mary Sue. He can heal people and wield the strongest sword ever and not be corrupted by the ring or the Palantiri or the power of being the king. And he rules justly. It's almost like Tolkien was trying to like send a message with Aragorn and make him like another fated king who's supposed to return in the future and bring peace to the world. You know, a prophesied messianic character who also, I don't remember if Aragorn was gone for 3 days after everyone thought he was dead, but also seemingly, you know, for Aragorn seemingly died, but for both of them came back. It's almost like Tolkien was trying to say something there about the king that's supposed to return from the bloodline that was broken, and you know that's a descended from the gods and that has like special powers, and you know. Okay, thank you so much, Talking Bucket. It's an awesome name. I appreciate it. Is that Martin Luther King with a blonde mullet? Or my eyes like ruined right now. I'm looking at the screen for 3 hours, almost 4. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up in a few minutes. Does anyone have any other questions before I go? Because I'm marathoning today. Almost got 100 likes, guys. Can we get 100 on this? That'd be awesome. Am I out of bleach, though, to think about it? Who's my favorite captain? Obviously, Kenpachi. I don't know. Kenpachi's power level also like is massively weird. I think that later on they explain like he like scales up to whoever he's fighting so he can get the most challenge or whatever, but I don't know. Like he gets beaten by Ichigo's Shikai and then like he's suddenly able to fight Narankar by himself and then he could beat him just because, oh, I used 2 hands. Yeah. Great writing. You have the DVD, I'm guessing, of Avatar. Ripping all my discs. I'm not going to confirm or deny that I do such things. Funimation shutting down all their digital stuff that people bought because of the merger with Crunchyroll. I've considered doing a video about Funimation and about dubs and stuff. The thing is, like, I never watch dubs anymore. I only watch the original Japanese. So as somebody who like started watching anime with dubs, like Dragon Ball, of course, you know, well, I started before Funimation with Ocean Dub and Harmony Gold and stuff. But, you know, somebody who primarily watched dubbed and then only watches subbed now, you know, I mean, it's, you know, it's me. So, you know, my opinions could be different than a lot of people when it comes to these things. But I don't think that dubs going away is necessarily a bad thing. Or even a bad thing at all. You know, some people, unfortunately, they never learn to read. But no, they find it really difficult to watch Japanese anime because either it's hard for them to see with you know, disabilities, or, you know, a lot of people really the majority of people now, I think, is the issue is that they like to multitask while watching anime, which everyone multitasks while doing everything now. Everyone has ADHD now, which I do too. So I'm not gonna complain about that. But you know, I guess that Ichigo had that Oedipal complex is what you're saying, cemetery. But yeah, like the thing is that let's see, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so the thing is that like with me though, like I came to realize as somebody who does have ADD and dyslexia, where reading is not necessarily the easiest thing for me, or paying 1,000,000% attention. Like if I'm like reviewing something, I'll be hyper focused on it, right? But like when I watch an anime, I don't miss anything watching in Japanese with the subtitles. Like even when I'm multitasking, I could literally play a video game and look at the subtitles and read them in a fraction of a second and get every single thing the characters are saying and not miss anything. You know, like most people can do that when you get so used to like reading the subtitles. Like it's like they're speaking your language at that point. And eventually you start to also understand what they're saying even without reading the subtitles, where you start to get like me at this point where it's like, that's not a correct translation. Why did they say that when they literally have them saying this in English? Like, why would you change the subtitles? That doesn't make any sense, you know? Like things like that, where eventually you just start to get so spectral about it that, yeah. You're like, oh, get to the chopper for the birthday party. Yeah, that 5-year gap was really stupid. They should, if they were going to do a 5-year gap, they should have had a phase in between. Instead, they just like messed up the timeline for no reason. Kang has always been kind of a joke. Yeah, I mean, Kang was never a great villain in the comics, but one thing they also missed out on in the movies was like having Kang bring like an evil Iron Man in, but they probably just didn't want to have to pay Robert Downey Jr. Even though the movie would have easily made all of its money back and way more to bring, like, to have like the evil Avengers with like, you know, the new Avengers fighting against evil evil Iron Man and you know, like evil Captain America and stuff like that from alternate timelines that he like raised to be evil versions of themselves. Like there's so much they could have done. But instead they, you know, ruined it. Like SpongeBob. Wishback with the Dragon Balls. Oh, cool. Ask the Oracle Fish your age, but you ain't safe. Facts. I like that meme, or that emoji used. Never seen anyone use it like that, but I like it. It works. Obviously, Mike was talking about Hercules. Oh, fuck. I don't know what that's a reference to. Is this a canon stream? Yeah, it's gonna be saved. So if somebody wants to watch it in the future, you can do so. I don't think I've done anything too off the cuff in this one. Yeah, Tolkien just wrote the Bible, plagiarism at its finest. Yeah, so did literally everyone, including atheists. It's funny. You know, listen to some of the things J.K. Rowling would say in her interviews for years, and then look at like a lot of the stuff that happens in Harry Potter. Like she literally has like Harry Potter's parents' tombstones be like a straight up quote from the Bible, and then meanwhile she's like doing things like, you know, I don't know. Now a lot of people a lot of people hate her now, but then a lot of other people who used to hate her like her because, well, that's the internet these days. And people just like forget about some things that people say or do and, you know, that they've never repented for in order to like, you know, incorporate them into their viewpoints so that they can fuel the fire of their sectarian politics, basically. Yeah, Kenpachi is really entertaining. He's the typical, like, you know, badass, like, Wolverine-esque type of character. He's like the edgy, fun character that I like, you know. Wolverine was always my favorite X-Men. I know, very original, right? Okay, bub. I'm from Canada, eh? I don't think actually, no, Wolverine does say eh every now and then. I know because I'm rewatching the original X-Men the animated series from the 90s. Not Pride of the X-Men, but, you know, the original when that actually happened and kept going. What ended up happening? How old did I turn? Too old. I'm a saying though, you know, another thing to make it seem like, yeah, you know, age catches up with everyone, right? I definitely feel old right now. I'll tell you that in terms of my body, just sitting in this chair for this long. Take a shot for every year I've aged. I mean, how many shots can somebody take before they die? That's why I always tell people don't do shots and drink things when I'm doing my videos, because I know I repeat certain phrases a lot. I mean, everyone has like active vocabulary, shall we say. I know so many words in the English language, and when I write a book, they all come out of my brain, but when I speak, they do not. When I speak, sometimes I forget basic words. And so I'll just say the only thing that comes to mind, which will be really like having way too many syllables. It's like, Mike, you sound so pretentious right now. It's like, do I? I don't remember. It's like Rick from Rick and Morty. He like forgets the word human. You know, it's like, you Homo sapien? What would I wish for on the Dragon Balls? Is that your question? I can't wish for more wishes. I wish that I could find the Dragon Balls and instantly gather them to myself the moment that they activate in the future without even having to think about it. It just will automatically happen. First wish. Oh, also included in that one of the stipulations, if Shenron will allow me to add extra stipulations, like extra articles on top of the wish, I will survive and not be in a coma, or anything bad will happen to me during the next year or period of time it takes for the Dragon Balls to refresh, since it shouldn't take a year unless they've already been used prior. It should only take like, a third of the year or whatever. Okay, I'm set. The Dragon Balls will instantly respawn in front of me, all gathered together by the next time I have to make a wish. Okay, by the next time they activate. Next wish. I wish that I could reactivate the Dragon Balls anytime I want after they have gone inactive. Okay. At their full power, of course. Next wish. They immediately I'll just go like, okay, reactivate. They immediately appear in front of me again. And then I just keep wishing for various different things that will slowly over time build up to something more significant. In turn, allowing me to basically get around all the rules and the circumventions of the Dragon Balls. Maybe I'll just transfer their powers into me, which is the thing that Thanos, if he wasn't an idiot, would have done with the Infinity Gauntlet. I mean, in the comics, it makes way more sense because Thanos purposely allows himself to lose because on a subconscious level, he knows he's not deserving of power to be God. But in the movies, I hate how they nerfed the Infinity Gauntlet in the movies too. Like if you use it, you kill yourself. Well, you unalive. You're okay. Oh, I got demonetized. No. Yeah. So it's not like the ad people are gonna watch this whole video anyway. Let's be honest. Have key control would be cool. Take a birthday shot. I already drank like 2 glasses of wine. That's probably why I'm still like going. The sugar. The sugar. Yeah. If I took a shot for every year of my life, I would die. I don't even drink that often, especially since I lost 100 pounds. If I did, I would be on the floor. 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila floor, you know? Just chilling in the hotel after a wedding, chilling in the stream. Oh, cool. There's a lot of questions I could ask, but I'm not going to. Cemetery Hill. Okay, cool. You're getting close. You're getting warmer. Over 8,000. It's over 8,000. I don't know if I'd ever want to live that long in this world. I'm fed up with this world, as Tommy Wiseau said in his amazing acting. His first movie is great, and his second is enjoyable. Oh, okay, cooler. I mean, I've talked about, like, if a villain were to become canon in the future, cooler wouldn't be too bad. Hey, we got over 100. We got over 100 likes. Awesome. But yeah, like, I don't really need any more like non-canon characters becoming canon. I mean, canon. You remember I did that video, guys? What is it? What is that thing called? The video I made. I spent hours and hours on. I don't remember the name of. Why Dragon Ball Super isn't canon. A very clickable title. Where I explained the canonicity of Dragon Ball, which I'm going to do again in the future because not enough people watch that video. So I'm just going to do another video in the future called How Does Canon Work in Dragon Ball? Or like, is Dragon Ball? No, I'll do different ones. It's YouTube. I got like, on YouTube, you have to make multiple videos that are the same thing and hope that people watch them. That's another reason why a lot of times I'll cover. I mean, I don't think about this stuff a lot of time, to be honest. Like, I just make videos and I just say what comes to mind. But like, that's another reason sometimes I will, at least sometimes maybe during the video, I'll like think of these things where I'm like, it's not that big of a deal if I repeat this, because based upon how YouTube promotes my videos, they might not actually like see the other 3 videos I mentioned these topics in, right? Like they, you know, some people are like, Mike, you know, you talk about the same things in your videos. It's like, well, yeah, I appreciate that you watch all my videos, but very rarely do people do like, does YouTube actually promote that many of my videos like back to back, right? So as a result, which is another phrase they say a lot, there's a strong chance that people will miss those other videos where I said the same points, which is why another reason why I point in every video. Like, there's so many videos that I reference that nobody has ever seen before because they didn't get promoted. You know, there are millions upon millions of people that love anime that could watch my videos, but they never show them to them. There's millions of Dragon Ball fans on YouTube who have never heard of my channel or heard of any of the videos I've done. Like, it's funny. Like, there's channels I would collab with for years that are like way bigger than me right now, you know, and tons of people would never have heard of me, even though I worked with them, including from like the start of their channel. Right. So it'd be weird. Like, I'd meet them and they'd be like, oh, who are you? I've never heard of your channel before. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. Like, you haven't seen any of the videos I've done on the person's channel you were just talking to, or like, you know, you've never heard him mention me in anything before. Oh, never heard of you. So, you know, that goes to show you how much collabs can help on this platform sometimes. Like, in the past they used to. Nowadays, like, they don't ever mean anything. You know, like, I do them because I have fun, and like I think of topics just for collabs, but I haven't done one in a while. And I don't really know if I plan to do any more for a while. Like, it's easier for me to record a bunch. Like, I like made a new last year, like I almost not perfected. I mastered my video making process even more. I've more and more refined and distilled and improved my video making process to where I can make multiple videos per day now if I want to. I don't do it every day because like that's just ridiculous. And like I have, I've learned more of the work-life balance that a lot of companies pretend that they have and they don't. And work-life balance, which means work 12 hours a day instead of, whatever. But so like I can make multiple videos in a day on my own much easier. I don't have to worry about anyone else's schedule. I don't have to like wait around 3 extra hours waiting for somebody that should have been there at 11 o'clock on the dot, like they told me they would be, like I don't have to worry about anyone else. I could just make my videos, boom, get them done, go hang out, go do whatever I want, have fun, and just, live my life. Like when I'm waiting around for collabs with people, most people on YouTube are really just like unreliable, unfortunately. Like most people don't like want to just like time, place, schedule, like when you're in like other professions. It's like, okay, I have Google Calendar. Can we schedule this video to record at like 3 p.m. on Tuesday, Eastern Standard Time? Okay, perfect. So we'll get on this platform at that time. We'll talk. We'll get everything done. We'll even have a fun conversation along the way. It'll be chill, relax. Let's get this done. Oh, you couldn't make it. You just told me 30 minutes after you were supposed to show up, or I'll be around maybe around this time. And, like I'll do this, I'll do that. Or like I'll go back and forth with some people for like weeks or months. Like it's like, this would be really easy for us to record. We could do it in an hour, like literally just sit down. How's it going? Let's do this. Okay, we're having fun. Fun conversation, chilled. I barely have to edit the video. You don't have to worry about messing up. I take care of everything. The most you could do is just send me your audio. We're good to go. Oh, this came up and you didn't communicate that to me. Or like, we're still messaging back and forth. You were supposed to send me your Discord 3 weeks ago and you haven't done it for some reason. Like why are you making this so much harder and complicated than it needs to be? I mean, like, why are you wasting my time when like I could just be living my life too? So those are like the challenges of collabs. They could be a lot of fun. They can be something that I really enjoy. A lot of times I make videos with the intention of doing collabs because like I wouldn't even do the video on my own because I don't really think it's something that I would prefer to do as an individual. But sometimes then I'm forced to because it's like, I'm not going to wait around forever and like waste my time. And when I, like instead of waiting for 3 hours for somebody, which, I'm like in that zone. Like if I'm going to make a video, I go into the zone to make a video, right? Like I'm focused, narrowed, like it's time to do this. I can't just like go and watch a movie hoping that you'll show up, like, and like, let's say I watch a movie, I'm like getting into it. Hey, now can we record the video now? I'm 2 hours late to do this, but like, can we do it? Okay. So I used to do that for years, like just play around and like waste my time and like waste my life, but like life is too short for that. So now I'm barely going to do collabs moving forward because of that. Most people seem to prefer my solo videos anyway, and they're way easier for me to make. And like, I don't have to coordinate with somebody else and edit their audio and sync it up. And like, some people, they want to do like extremely detailed notes and stuff. And like, if I work on somebody else's channel, then they can do all the work and it's not a big deal. Like I'll like collab with somebody on their channels. But honestly, like at this point in time, like I'm tired of the hassle, which it shouldn't be. It should be like a fun, easy, let's do this, boom, done in an hour. We both mutually benefit. I don't like charge people, collab with them. They don't charge me. Like we just do it to help each other or just to have a fun convo. But, like you get over it. You get tired of it. It's another thing with YouTube where you're like, here we go again. I'm wasting more of my time again. I'm, getting the runaround again. I'm, my time isn't being respected again. And so, yeah, like you get over it. So this year, I feel like I'm barely going to do any collabs, if at all. Like I honestly, like I have so many videos I plan to do this year. And so even though maybe I'd benefit from doing more collabs and just like doing the same run around and stuff that I did in the past, like if people aren't going to like work with me like the way I need them to, then there's no point in doing them. Like I'll work on somebody else's channel, but I usually just like to do collabs for mine for the most part. Cause like, that's why I come up with the ideas, like for my channel to like have fun on here. Like I can get 200,000 views on somebody else's channel, but like, okay, I mean, that'd be cool to work with a channel that I've never worked with. And it's like, if they actually like reach out and invite me, but you know, again, then that becomes a dilemma. So, you know, if any channels like watch me and they're like, hey Mike, I like your content, you know, you want to make a video with me, like all they got to do is send me an email, laughingstockcinema@gmail.com. You can check out my email on my channel. Shoot me a message, whatever. I'm easy to approach. I might not always seem like it for whatever reason, but it's really not hard to get in touch with me. And, you know, depending upon what you do, I'll do it. You know, it'll be fun. But I don't, you know, I have so much time in my life, and so do you, and so does everyone else. So we just show each other some mutual respect in that way. We, you know, get things done in organized fashion. I'm good to go. So that's kind of like my mentality for collabs moving forward. And, you know, so if you don't really see them with me from most people I've worked with in the past this year, it's because of that. You know, it's because I don't got time for this anymore. Like, I don't want to waste my time when I could just like when I'm like more organized and professional and like just able like be like, okay, this time let's go, boom, all right, perfect, I'm there on time. I'm actually always there early. Like I'm sitting at my desk, okay, I'm good to go, let's do this. 2 hours later, one eternity later, you know. So that's it. I think that anyone should agree with that, really, to be honest. You know, it might suck that I don't get to have those fun collabs as much, but you know, I can have all of the collabs I want as long as we have mutual respect in terms of our time and our, you know, everything like that. But that's really what it comes down to. Yeah, can I like do a response to something that I like 20 seconds? 5 minutes. 5 minutes, go. Oh, thank you, Xbox. Yeah, over 100 pounds is my top level. The lightest I've been down to recently is like 188, which, like a few days ago. So I'm trying to get to 180. And that was going to change my body composition, you know, muscle, lean muscle compared to the body fat percentage. But yeah, like I'm already reached just the low 190s right now. And today I figured out, you know, tomorrow I'm going to eat cake and stuff, you know, but I'm going to eat cake, but, you know, I'm going to hit my goal. It's right there, right around the corner. You know, I let it get away from me for a little bit. I got back to like 220 at one point last year. And I said, you know what, enough. I'm done. I'm getting that on my goal. I'm hitting that. I'm going to hit it and not quit it. And I'm not a bad guy. And I'm very respectful. And, you know, it's going to be great. I'm working out again. You know, I'm working through the pain because what am I going to do? I'm going to waste my life not working out, waiting for people to fix solutions, fix things for me. Forget that. If I'm going to be in pain, it's good. Work through it. Whatever. That's what I do on YouTube. I have migraines, I make videos of them, you know. What am I going to do? Just sit in a dark room for the rest of my life? No. Fuck that. I'm just going to do it. You know, I'm going for it. And now I'm going to take breaks a lot more. I think everyone needs benefit from that in their life. Whether you're working 9 to 5, 7 to 11, adding 7 to 11, if you work in the factory, I know that life. If you've worked in retail, I know that life. Grocery store, I know that. Movie theater, a 1099 or a W-2. WW2. I don't know that. I'm not that old. WW3. We'll have to see. Einstein said World War III WH with nuclear weapons, World War IV WH with sticks and stones. What else would I like to look forward to? How many more birthdays until that? Hope that I get aged out, I guess. Unless I have to peace out. Should mention Canyon Reality video. I'm slightly referencing the GT. Ever thought of reviewing games or shows on cinema? Yeah, I don't plan to do cinema anymore because it's not monetized anymore, and it doesn't, it's so hard to get monetized on YouTube nowadays. They've set that against creators so much. If you make shorts, you salute them. Let's see if anyone gets that reference. That's an old school 90s reference. Salute your shorts. You salute my shorts. Salute your shorts. But yeah, a little bit different from what I do. And Oculus. But yeah, what was I saying? Shorts, you have to get 10 million views on shorts in 90 days to get monetized. And you barely get anything on them. That's what a massive rating of the game against creators. So YouTube did, and then people just see that, they're fine with that. And then, and then for getting monetized on a channel, you have to get 4,000 watch hours in a year, which if you're not promoted, constantly pumping out content, it's really difficult. And then even then, I'd much rather just make videos on here. I might just upload movie videos on here in the future. Who cares? I don't care. It doesn't really matter, right? It's my channel. I'm just gonna do what I want to do all the time. Maybe I'll do video game stuff on here. Maybe I'll do movie stuff on here. That's what I did when I started. 2016 was my best year at all. And I uploaded everything on here. I uploaded wrestling videos, I uploaded video games. It didn't matter. And it was the best year I ever had by far, in terms of views, at least. Other metrics, no here. But, that's YouTube's very strange. And over time, I've learned some lessons for sure in terms of how that works. But, yeah, let's see. Yeah, punctuality is dead as chivalry. I mean, that's the thing, man. I love SpongeBob Xavier. I love the classic SpongeBob. I watched that in my 20s. I watched a lot of stuff on Nickelodeon. I watched when I was an adult, for years, and I stopped because I stopped watching TV. Cartoon Network died. It just all turned into Teen Titans Go. I hate that show. I try to, I'm somebody who, is a traditional guy, I believe in traditional things, in this modern day and age, and so, I still try to be, a good guy in a world where it isn't necessarily, prioritized as utility is more of a thing now, and, I still try to be respectful, and I try to do these things that I believe in, at least. But, I also try not to be judgmental either. That's the thing. I'll judge and criticize content, but you rarely ever hear me say anything. Even from an artistic perspective, I don't think I've ever, said anything bad about, Toyo Taro as a person, right? Toriyama, maybe I said something about not caring about their work as much, or greedy, or just about talent also don't like let people's outside things with real life affect how I enjoy stuff. Like, you know, Tom Cruise, like, you know, I don't share his viewpoints of certain things, but like, I love his movies. He makes great stuff. Most actors and people in Hollywood and stuff, I probably do not agree with at all about a lot of things, but I don't care because I like stuff, right? I don't need that confirmation bias and things I enjoy. Like, somebody diametrically opposed to me can make things and I can love them because it doesn't matter. What matters to me is what they make. And the thing is, like, with friends too, they can be diametrically opposed to me on the belief systems in some ways, but like, you know, I'm like going from Hunter x Hunter. Like, okay, so you're a psychopath who does terrible, you're an assassin. Alright, well, you're my friend. You're cool. I still care about you. You're good with me, and I'll help you out, I'll support you because you're my friend. That's all I care about. You know, mutual respect, friendship, support. You know, you're free to believe what you want to believe. I feel like maybe that's not a thing anymore for most people, especially, I mean, based on social media age that we live in, which is like, you like this individual who is running for this political office, you are evil. You know, it's called political theater for a reason. Oh, damn it. Hold on. How about now? Is it better? Are we good now? I know there's a delay. Are we good to go now? How long was it like that? Why is it I want to like make like a I want to make like a poignant, you know, I guess that's what I get for not being humble enough, right? See, that's the thing. You gotta be humble in life. Because sometimes you'll like try and say something that you think is poignant. And then you'll just like sound like a robot or whatever, or like it'll sound horrible and like you're underwater. Should this be a non-canon stream? All right, let me do a reaction video real quick to my horrible audio. Okay, let's do this.
Okay, you know, so that's what I did.
All right, so it started at 4 minutes and 7 seconds until we're very professional here at Laughingstock Media. How's it going? Okay. Happy birthday. Thank you so much, Cemetery Hill. I appreciate that. I mean, it's, you know what? Fuck it. It's like that video I did with Danny last year. Oh, it sounded like Saw. Who would like to play a little game? Can you watch my live stream while you could barely understand me? Let the games begin. Da-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na-na. Game over. Or let me do if I ever became a wrestler, like this is you know, I'm a guy, so I have crazy fantasies I think of, and that will never happen. But if I ever decide to become a wrestler in the past, because, you know, now I can't, I'm too old, but like, at one point I considered doing like a Undertaker type of character, or like the Crow or somebody, called Plague. And, it was like the incarnation of death. And it was going to be like a horror movie character, and I would have like a mask. And so I was going to do like a voice for that. So it'd sound something like this, which apparently people told me when I did this voice, I sound like the villain from Stranger Things season 4, which maybe I do. So I'll also give you a little slight glimpse into what it sounds like when I eventually drop my death metal album on here. Yeah, right. Maybe for April Fools, I'm gonna give you guys a little sneak peek. I might do instead of a Herald video this year, I do plan to do more Herald videos, don't worry. I might do, I feel like somebody's gonna steal this now. I might do Dragon Ball GT's intro, but as a death metal cover. And thank you so much, Lucas, for your happy birthday from London. Thank you so much. I've been playing Pokemon Sword recently, so you can tell I'm very, very familiar with your country. No, I would like to go to England sometime, though, the UK. So, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Would you like to play a little game? Even though that doesn't sound like Saw at all. Chrissy, I'm going to steal your soul. I feel like my throat isn't good enough to do this right now. Step into the Grand Tour Dragon Ball GT. I'll get you Gadget one day. Like Dr. Claw. Damn you, Gadget! You're always foiling me, Inspector. You and that little girl and that dog, who are the actual competent ones on your show. I don't know, what sounds more intimidating? Yeah, hello, my name is Harold von Huge Muscles, and look at my gigantic muscles. They're so big that'll destroy the entire universe with a flex. Or something like, yeah, hello, I am Moro. This is what it's going to sound like in the English dub. Doesn't this sound demonic like Baphomet? I feel like people wouldn't enjoy watching that version of the show, though. Do the Japanese sound, Don Kokoro. Don Kokoro. No, I can't. I'm gonna laugh. That's the thing. It's gonna be so hard for me to do like It's gonna be so hard for me to do like GT and stuff without laughing. I did actually want. So this isn't like me going hard, by the way. This is just like it's not like me doing like the actual vocals and going in, but I I did at one point also have an idea to do a cover of an Amon Amarth song, one of my favorite bands, of The Way of Vikings, but I was going to change it and call it The Way of Saiyans. And it would be like, instead of for the Viking training, it's the way of Vikings. It's like for the Saiyan training, it's the way of Saiyans. This is the way of the Super Saiyan. Instead of like two great apes, they swing their swords. I'm trying to remember how it goes, but it'd be like, instead of like with two great beasts, they swing their swords. It'd be like with two great apes, they fire their like try and make it like basically like a fight between Goku and Vegeta. I was even thinking of like during the music video that I would edit, I would have it be like Goku and Vegeta like fighting and about their rivalry, and it'd be like the way of Saiyans, and like a lot of the lyrics would line up. It's like, like nobody would believe these two men are best friends, not enemies. So something like that. Moro is Krampus. Oh yeah, I did like that movie. Ho ho ho. Yeah, hi. Yeah, my cat is tired of me streaming. I don't blame him. I do the death metal. I'll join you in a second. Don't worry. He might want some extra treats. I could do like the death metal version of Mind Power Key. Whoa! No, I can't do that right now. I gotta like get in the mindset to actually record something like this. I mean, to be fair, we never see Goku from the front as an adult. That's my biggest disappointment with Dragon Ball Super for sure. Forget the plot holes, the characters being treated terribly with poor writing and blah, blah, blah. Goku doesn't get naked. He doesn't whip his dick. I'm trying to make it where this is not non-canon or not demonetized. Okay? I'm going to go too much. Bill Goldberg was a killer demon Santa. That's true. Santa's sleigh, I think. Demon King Harold. So if Harold tapped into his demon energy. All right, let me do Harold death metal. Actually, so because Tim Lambesis is probably never going to do it, unless maybe I reach out to him. I was thinking of doing something almost like Austrian Death Machine at one point, where he did Tim Lambesis from As I Lay Dying did a death metal band that was like Arnold Schwarzenegger inspired, which I obviously loved. And he's like the put that cookie down, but instead it would be like put that cookie down. No, see, it's hard to combine those two voices. Put that cookie down. Go get to the chopper. Stuff like that. It's hard to combine those two voices. Go get to the chopper. Yeah, just sounds more like gruffer Harold, like if he became more like Wolverine. Get to the chopper. It's the only way out of here. Something like that. Get to the chopper. Hold on, let me see if I can do like a high-pitched Harold voice. Get to the chopper. No, that sounds fucking horrible. What's wrong with me? I can do like very calm Harold. I do Harold's cousin. What is his name? Harold's cousin, Werner Herzog. Yeah, this is the video where Werner Herzog, talk about the Dragon Balls. Yes. And the parallels between the stories involving Goku, the son of the ill-fated world of planet Vegeta, and the story of how He came to train on the earth. Yeah. And the agony that he unfolded upon it. My favorite Wolverine voice actor. Yeah, I mean, I do really like Steve Blum as Wolverine. I mean, I like the guy from X-Men the Animated Series. But obviously the best Wolverine voice actor is from Amazing Spider-Man, or from Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, the guy who does the Australian accent for Wolverine, for no reason. The very same series where Tony Stark has a Spanish accent. Hello, I am Tony Stark, and I am a tech billionaire Iron Man. How do you do? I'm Antonio Banderas, and I talk like this very fast. In the Puss in Boots, look into my eyes. I can also do a really good Expert Games impression. All you have to do is divide this stream by 60. And you'll have the exact same length of most of his videos, or less. Just speed it up to 60 times, but replace my voice with an Australian accent. Scott McNeil's Wolverine. I feel like I have heard his Wolverine, haven't I? What did he do Wolverine's voice in? Was it the Wolverine anime? Scott McNeil, no. It wasn't Wolverine the X-Men as far as I can remember. I think that was Steve Blum. I think Steve Blum also did the voice of Wolverine in X-Men Evolution. Did Scott McNeil do it in one of the video games? Oh, so what's Scott McNeil in X-Men Evolution? I've seen all of X-Men Evolution. I watched it when it was coming out. I thought it was great. There's some things I didn't like about it, like the resolution to the Mystique storyline. I was disappointed by, but I'll rewatch it at some point. It might, for all I know, it's on Disney Plus, so I'll probably watch it. What about Sacred Water? Have I heard stuff about Mexican Spanish dubs of Dragon Ball? I don't know what you're talking about. I've seen some of the Spanish dub of Dragon Ball Z when I used to watch on the international channel back in the 2000s. I used to watch on Toonami in English, and then I would watch like arcs ahead in Spanish or even Japanese when it was airing on TV in different languages. It didn't matter to me. I couldn't understand what they were saying. Although I understand a lot of Spanish, I just don't speak it really at all. It's easier for me to understand a lot of languages than actually to reproduce them. I could do a good Keith David impression too. Hello, I'm Keith David, and this is how I speak. Actually, it's more like Lance Reddick. Hello, Mr. Wick. Still sad about that. Yeah, I didn't have an issue with X. See, that's the thing that's weird. I remember they were talking about like Gotham High, and like everyone like shit on the idea of like doing a Batman in high school show. It's like, I guess I could see why people wouldn't like it, but I thought X-Men Evolution was great. I thought X-Men Evolution was like a great example of how to do that type of storyline. That's another reason why I'm not like, I mean, Daima is not the same thing. It's not like a reboot. It's like regression like GT was with the characters to a prior age. And we'll see about other factors in the story and everything. But You know, it could be like trying to recapture Dragon Ball again by, you know, basically redoing it, blah, blah, blah. But I thought Evolution did a great job with everything. Like, is it perfect? Is it exactly like the other X-Men? No. I mean, neither is Wolverine the X-Men. But Wolverine the X-Men I have over there somewhere. And I thought that was really good too. You know, I was disappointed that, like every other X-Men series, it didn't actually have a full-on conclusive ending, that, you know, it set things up that never paid off, basically. Like, hey, we're finally going to do the Age of Apocalypse in this show. Oh, never mind. Like every other X-Men series, or for the most part, we're going to do this storyline. Oh, no, never mind. No. Yeah, Wolverine the X-Men's great. Very underrated. Like I was just saying, you know, it's sucks that we didn't get Age of Apocalypse. You know, they're doing X-Men 97. I don't know if it's even out yet. I don't expect it to be as good as the original series. Even then, the original series for me, like, I loved it as a kid. Rewatching it's like, it's pretty good. Like, there's some really good parts of it for sure. But, you know, overall, it's like, it's not like on the level of like Batman, or, I mean, it's not on the level of most of the DCAU. I mean, like, that's the thing. The DCAU was really another level for most animation at the time. Like, you know, I liked Spider-Man, the animated series, especially Black Cat. But, you know, aside from that, you know, the best girl for Peter, when they write her to also like Peter, not just Spider-Man. But, you know, not Mary Jane, especially in the Tobey Maguire movies. But yeah, I don't really, I don't think it's the best, like, in terms of like overall quality, like in terms of like the animation, the writing and stuff. Like, there's some great stuff in the original X-Men, the animated series, like you know, but at the same time, there's also like the dialogue can be like corny, like the animation can be rough, like, you know, like they rush certain things and it's kind of like, oh, that climax was kind of out of nowhere. You know, or just, you know, like they're definitely working within a lot of confines and restrictions. But X-Men Evolution, again, isn't perfect if you want like a straight up adaptation. Like if you wanted almost like a reboot of the original animated series, but like with better animation, better writing and voice acting and stuff like that, maybe that would have been like the perfect series for you. Like if you combine those two things together, you know, but I think we'll have to see after I finish watching this and then Evolution, then rewatching Wolverine the X-Men. Maybe I'll do all of them this year. We'll see. Maybe I'll even review them on this channel. Why not? That'll be fun. All right. Yeah, I mean, I like Mary Jane more in... It's weird. I like Mary Jane's portrayal more in the Sam Raimi movies than Michelle in Far From Home or whatever, the Spider-Man home movies, for whatever reason they're called those. And but like in terms of like being like a better girlfriend and stuff like that, like, I mean, at least Zendaya's character is loyal to Peter. She like never cheats on him as far as I could tell. She never like runs around with 3 guys, or 4, you know, from her perspective, until she finds out Peter is Spider-Man. She never like leaves a dude at the altar on wedding day, like with his whole freaking family there, who had to fly out from who knows where so she could go be with Peter. And she literally only agreed to marry him so that she could make Peter jealous. Even though she also thought Spider-Man was a different guy, was in love with him. I mean, she basically had an inkling it was Peter at the end of the first movie. But still, like, you know, it's Like she's like a really toxic girl in those movies, which I mean, it makes sense. Like when I did my reviews on Laughingstock Cinema, I was like, yeah, this makes some sense that she's like this from her upbringing and stuff. But like, I would never want to be with her, like, in a relationship, because it's like, I mean, even when she's with Peter in a relationship, like, sure, he makes mistakes. He does the wrong thing, especially he lets his ego get too big even before Venom. But like, for sure, like the whole Gwen Stacy thing, that was him being in the wrong for sure. But you could tell she's like getting jealous of him, even like in his success, because she wants it to be about her and she wants to be successful, and she gets mad that like he's the big hero, and she gets like, she's not happy for him as much as she should be. She's even like worried about him like at the end of the second movie. So like, Gwen would have been in those movies, Gwen would have been preferable, really, to be honest. Also Bryce Dallas Howard, but he and Gwen Stacy, Emma Stone was way better of a girlfriend than either of those, like either Zendaya or not Kristen Stewart, whatever, Kirsten Dunst, in terms of like her portrayal. Like she actually did things. She like, I mean, she got herself killed, but she did things before that. But her problem is she was a sitting duck character. Anyone who knows Spider-Man knows Gwen Stacy will die. Like that's her character. She's Spider-Man's first girlfriend who dies because he messes up. They did it in like the most ridiculously dramatic, overdrawn out way possible. Mostly because they never brought up the idea of him needing to brace somebody's neck, because they basically use Superman logic, even though Superman has like a force field. So that's the reason he doesn't kill you with whiplash when he grabs you when you're falling and stuff, or like snap your spine when he grabs you with his arms, but like, Emma Stone, best of the three for sure. Josh definitely agrees. I mean, Josh, huge crush on her. Like, he was almost going full on Jim Carrey at one point. Try not to out you, Josh, if you're watching this right now. I'm just joking. Don't worry. Yeah, I forgot about that. Hulk versus Wolverine was awesome, that movie. Marvel needs to do more of that. The fact that they never have really done that stuff in live action is a big disappointment. Like, they could have had crossover movies years ago just for fun, but they won't do them. DC does them and they make billions, like the Joker. But Marvel, eventually the cinematic universe also became like their biggest downfall, because everything became about the universe over the characters. And as a result, we got poorly written, boring characters that are supposed to fill in for the other ones after they're gone, but nobody cares. Oh, New Avengers with the Marvels and Shang-Chi and She-Hulk and Worse Hulk and alternate universes that we don't know. Like Trunks, he has to live in a horrible nightmare for the rest of his life in another universe where he just constantly relives his PTSD of his failures every single day for the rest of his life. And then when he dies, he will spend eternity in an afterlife with, again, not the real people that he fought for. They're all fakes. They're all clones from an alternate timeline that was created just to make him happy. But really to make Mai happy, because she's an idiot and she thought that was a good solution because she thought with her emotions. What a shock. And they really hope you don't think about this, because if you do, or if you've seen The Flash or like any series that actually like takes this idea seriously, you're like, oh my God, this is like a horrible nightmare that Trunks will never wake up from. he would have been better off just like being erased because of like how horrible what he has to endure for the rest of eternity, maybe, unless Zeno erases the afterlife there too. You know, if he ever goes back, or well, there is a Zeno in that timeline. So yeah, like I hate that ending so much. But yeah, all right. Thank you all so much for watching, guys. I think I'm gonna get going unless anybody has any last second questions or anything, I suppose. It's weird because Peter had no interest in Michelle in Homecoming. They did the abusive father with her living with her aunt. Of course, the good girlfriend died. Would you have liked Anne Hathaway's Black Cat? As Black Cat? No. Alexandra Daddario for me would have been the perfect Black Cat, to be honest. The Jack Nicholson, like I used to do in my videos. Alexandra Daddario would have been perfect. Sydney Sweeney, like in terms of appearance, maybe, but as an actor, I don't really know. I haven't seen her act in anything, to be honest. Like I definitely haven't seen Madam Web, and I don't know if I ever will. I'm not gonna give people money for that. I saw Morbius on a plane, and I still almost walked out of the theater. I would have done the same thing if I saw it on a submarine. That would have been way more painful for me and everyone else on the sub. You know, I remember the first 5 minutes of Morbius. Well, this isn't that bad. The first, like, so many minutes. I wonder why this, like, it's not good, but, like, it's not that bad. Jared Leto isn't that bad in this, you know, like, Matt Smith is all right. Oh my gosh. Yeah. By the time we get to that montage, when I want to have sex, it's like, oh, what? This is a real movie? They spent money on this movie? Like, Avi Arad still has a job? Huh. That's the clock. Spider-Man 4, Anne Hathaway was supposed to be Black Cat and Vulturous. Huh. Yeah, I mean, she would have been good, I think. I mean, she did good as Catwoman. You know, she's extremely attractive. So, yeah, I mean, it would have been weird to see her with, like, white hair and stuff. Like, Felicia Hardy, I think, normally has blonde hair, right? So, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen Anne Hathaway with blonde hair. So, you know, like, sometimes, like, it's kind of like the girl who played Fook or whatever in Jessica Chastain. Like, you know, when she dyed her hair blonde in that role in Dark Phoenix, it's like, it didn't work for whatever reason. But, you know, so Anne Hathaway is like dyeing her hair and stuff and like changing her appearance for Black Cat. Like, she has like the acting ability to do it. You know, I could definitely buy her as like the seducer type, I guess, you know, the type of character the Black Cat is, like the full-on sex appeal character, right? But like, for me, Alexandra Daddario, I think, would have been perfect for that role. Just off the top of my head. I mean, Alexandra Daddario, I would cast in a lot of movies. But yeah, for the same reason. But yeah, nowadays, I mean, for Tobey Maguire, maybe. But yeah, like if you're doing the younger Spider-Man, obviously it would be too late for that. And they would probably never do a Black Cat type of storyline with Tom Holland and Disney, right? Like, it would be so toned down. And look at like what, you know, Black Cat's portrayal nowadays. Like, she's not even into Peter anymore, let's say, in certain depictions. Like, she's into other characters that aren't Peter, or she's into him. She's also into others. And it's like, kind of ruins it, you know? So, I don't know. All right, I'm going to get going. Halle Berry would make her a Catwoman, huh? Yeah, that's for sure. But anyway, I will thank you all so much again. Let me do a final shout out to everybody who does super chats. I might make this non-canon at some point because it's fucking 5 hours. What's wrong with me? Nah, and nobody's going to watch this whole thing. If you do, comment down below. And did you watch it in 2 times speed? So, thank you so much. I'm in the wrong format. Thank you so much to hold on. Making it hard for me to show everyone. True Sinister. Super chat of the night. Thank you so much. AP, Micah, Quaan, Brent, Xavier. Not only for your super chats, but also as a mod. Always showing up and helping out. Bran, Billy Blackman, Talking Bucket. Still awesome name. Cemetery Hill. Sorry that you had to listen to my horrible audio. I guess maybe I made up for that by overstaying my welcome. And Lucas. Thank you so much. It was awesome stream. Good way to spend you know, the eve of my anniversary of my birth. And I'm gonna go chill, play some Pocket Monsters, and you know, take a sip of water for the working man, and have a good night. And tomorrow I'm gonna do some more celebrating. Technically today, especially if you live in the UK and some of those other countries out there, you're already in the thick of it, or the thin of it, depending upon what time. If you're in Japan, Ohio, and I will talk to you all next time. Make sure to stick around, because there's a lot more to come in the future, unless I get hit by a bus, and then there won't be.